God sent me to Pinewoods. It helped me to realign my future. And so there, I got to know myself a bit better. And I had the influence of growing up quicker, dating, having to worry about those pressures, what my peers think about me, having to worry about the carnivals, which was fun and exciting, but still there was distractions. And so I realized in the event of going to Piney Woods, I I had a lot of obstacles, and a lot of people saying things to me in reference to the direction I should be headed in life. And still, sometimes it was very negative. Sometimes I think because you're black, oh, basketball is it, or soccer, or track, you know. But they never tell you, oh, okay, do you think you can be a doctor? Do you think you can be a scientist? Do you think you can go into something else besides transportation, accounting, business? You're not driven in different pathways in life. And my family, they was all engineers. They wasn't degreed engineers, but they worked in construction. They built roads in the Virgin Islands. They built houses. They were fishermen. They owned ferry boats that go in between islands. They had a lot of resources and a lot of skills right there that I needed to tap into. And I realized I wasn't going to settle for just what I saw, but I'm going to dream and I'm going to dream big. So that's what I did. I realized I didn't need to give up on myself. I needed to build confidence and I needed to focus on what I really wanted and getting the best out of me. So I went to Alabama A&M after coming back home and going to UVI. I spent a year at UVI in St. Thomas. They didn't have a program established at that point in time for me, which was engineering. I took some drafting classes, but I realized I needed to make additional plans. So I went to A&M. Now, the reason why I chose A&M in Alabama was because it was a Black university. It had a little bit of culture. There wasn't a lot of islanders there, but there were Black students and minority students, something I can relate to, that I don't have to deal with feeling inferior or feeling different. One less checkbox off of the table. I can be around people that I'm familiar with, that understands me a little bit. So that's why I choose that school. Now, being there at that school, I realized I needed to do my homework. I needed to step on my parents' shoulders, so to speak. So I had parents that was accountant and transportation experts. So I asked them, how do I get there? What do I need to do? What's the extra effort? First, I need to go see some counselors, the advisors, get some insight from them, find out what they think. Now, the advisors, when you go to them at school, they're going to tell you, hey, okay, you take this class, you take this class, you take this class. But are they always right? No, not necessarily. They're not always right. So you have to do that extra effort to research what they're saying. Can I get 2 degrees instead of one? Can I go this path instead of this one? How long is it going to take? How much money is it going to cost me? All these things you have to take into account. Do I have to go into a student loan debt in order to come up with my bachelor's, in order to get my master's? Do I have to transfer to another school in order to complete my degree? All these things you have to think about. They're not necessarily looking at the far game end game for you. You have to do that research for yourself. And that's what I did. I verified, I validate what they were saying to me, whether it's true or not, and that's important. It saved me money, really. So at A&M, I found all my options. I got my plan B and C. This is my husband. We had kids in our senior year in college. Yeah, sure did. 2 kids while trying to finish my degree. It added an extra 2 years of schooling to my life. But it was well worth it because he was a good person. We pursued the same degrees. and we had the same goals. And so we had a good arrangement, we had good focus, and we know what we wanted out of life. I did my internship my senior year at college with Bowen, and it was pretty good. Bowen set me off in the right direction that I needed. They gave me structural engineering position there. I was able to build on my math skills. I was able to build on my Fortran learning and other software developments. And it was pretty good and a pivotal point in my life that I needed. Now, when I got at the job at Boeing, you would think you sit down and they say, hey, I'm going to show you how to do it. Did that always happen when you get a job? Do they really show you how to do it? No, they put a big old manual in front of you, like stacked up this high, you know? They're like, hey, just read that, you'll figure it out. No, you got to take the extra effort. You have to find the people around you, ask them questions. You got to get up under your seat. You got to walk around. You got to ask questions. How do I do this? How do I do that? You got to look. You got to be observant. You got to take notes after notes after notes. You got to grind. You can't sit down and think somebody's going to give you something. That's where the motivation really have to kick in. Nobody's going to be your cheerleader except you. Nobody's going to sit there and tell you, hey, that math problem is wrong. You need to figure it out. You need to do whatever you got to do, get on the computer in the middle of the night. You got to go find the experts. You got to sit, beg, plead, whatever you got to do to get what you got to get done. And that's what I realized when I worked at Boeing. Nobody's going to babysit me. And that was good. I did my project. They said they already had the answers, but they wanted to see what I gave up. And I didn't. And that's what it's about, not giving up. So looking at places of employment is very important in your senior year, junior year in college. Trying to do an internship, a paid internship. You know, sometimes they hire you, they say, hey, you can sit there and spot me for free. Try and get a paid internship. Work with the STEMS program that's available. They're going to get you the experience, the exposure, and a paid internship. So I did accomplish what I needed to do. I did accomplish getting my degree. I did assess whether I needed to go beyond a bachelor's degree. And I said, no, I didn't need it. I got kids I need to focus on. I need a balanced life. I got a husband. I got a job. And there's more important things in life for you to focus on to be a well-rounded individual, a sound individual. It's not just about money. It's not just about title. It's not about degrees. It's not about feeling like I'm it. It's about being a sound, complete person when you get out there in the world. It's not just going in 9 to 5 and say, that's it. You need a life after work. You need to de-stress. So you need to find ways and opportunities to have a healthy life outside of work. And that's what I found. Now, my next chart talk about my work experience. I deal with large commit criteria at work. They're the requirements for the SLS vehicle. I'm over the SLS program integration team. We have different components of the vehicle, which is the core stage, boosters, engines, flight software, which has the avionics team. We have so many different subsystems. We have the main area, also ICPS, LVSA, and Orion. And later on, you'll find out about the EGS. Both of those are the programs that comprise in the integration of the SLS vehicle. But I primarily work with the vehicle itself. And getting different people to talk is what I do. The core stage team has a group of people. The engines folks have a bunch of people. The booster folks have a bunch of people. You can't believe, can I get this group to talk to that group and they have the same combined thinking? How easy would that be, you think? It will be hard, right? So that's what my job is, getting a bunch of people to talk, agree, and communicate on the same line. And we have a governance document, a requirements that each vehicle part has to meet and abide by in order for this vehicle to launch and put that vehicle into a go configuration, a go no-go configuration. That means it's established, it's ready to leave the ground. All the check boxes have been checked off. It's good to go. So that's what my job is, making sure these vehicle parts talk, these integrators talk, these subsystem folks talk, and they make sure they check all the boxes to make sure what they have is correct, accurate, is adheres the governance document that is outlined for the ESD program, which is over the overarching enterprise of all the programs. So that's very important. Who would think somebody needs someone in between them to talk and communicate, like a marriage couple need a counselor? You need it. You need it for everything. Communication is key. Resolving problems is key. And so that's what I enjoy about my job. As you see the different pictures with me with the different vehicle parts behind me, the core stage, the ICPS, the Orion. It's fun being out at NASA. It's a wonderful environment to be in around very smart individuals. So again, my name is Simone. I look forward to presenting to you guys some more information. And I'm going to hand this off to Jason. Okay, let's hand it off to Ken. He's a good guy. Okay.
All right, good morning. My name is Ken Fullwood, or you can call me Plan B. So with Simone. So once again, I am from Alabama. Do you guys know where Alabama is? The state of Alabama? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you took a geography class, so you know where it is. It's located right next to Georgia, between Mississippi and Georgia. Tennessee is on the top. I was born in Birmingham, Alabama, and I went to school at Alabama A&M. So as a young lad or a young guy, I love to take things apart. So that's me up there at the top when I was a young guy. And I would take our radios apart, at home, and our mechanical parts at home for the blenders and things like that, and try to put it back together. It was after it broke, of course, and never put it back together correctly. But I said, you know what? I really want to figure out how these mechanical systems work. So I put that in my mindset somewhere back there. And then I started to go into music as well. So I went into music. I played handbells. Any of you guys are musicians in here? You in the band? What instruments do you play? Baritone and euphonium. So I played the sousaphone. Anybody know what a sousaphone is? Better known as a tuba. So the sousaphone is the one you march with, the upright one. The tuba is the one you sit down with and you play in the orchestra with. So I played the sousaphone, the tuba, the cello, the viola, which is like the violin, baritone. So I'm a brass guy. I did pretty good in it, and then I went on to college and got a scholarship in it. I said, well, that was pretty good. And I decided to go into mechanical engineering. So I went into school, got into mechanical engineering with my scholarship. So it was kind of hard though, because when you're in a marching band in an HBCU, anybody know what an HBCU band is like? Like fam, they worked very hard. We used to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to practice, and the football team would get up at 6. So the band was out on the field first practicing. It's just like you saw in the movie. I forgot the name of the movie. Germline, of course. So I actually had people that was and the band with me that was in that movie, you know, because it's an old school movie. So I really enjoyed doing that, got a scholarship in it. And that was very hard for me because the band practiced at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then I had to go to a calculus class at 8 in the morning. And typically everybody in the band, they're getting education degrees. And you only had about 5 people out of about 200 people that was in engineering. So that was hard for me to balance that time for going to class and going to practice over 4 years in the band. But I did it and I stuck with it. And I'm glad I did. It was a challenge, you know, at times to understand what classes would fall in line between, do I go to my calculus class or what's my next class to take? Do my differentiation equations? When you start looking at mathematical class, some of your classes coincide together. You will look at something like a calculus 2 and a physics 2. They basically use the same formula. So sometimes you have to evaluate your classes and look at your curriculums, especially when you're going to college, to set up your classes yourself to see, when do I want to graduate, what classes do I want to take, and what is going to get me to my goal. Now, everybody probably don't want to be an engineer. That's the cool thing about NASA, is that we take different people with different degrees, sometimes not even with degrees, certifications and things of that nature, to go in many different fields, banking, accounting, MD, uh, doctor. We got an MD doctor over here that's behind doing everything electronically for us today. He's a doctor. I'm an engineer. Simone's an engineer. I'm a mechanical engineer. My wife's a civil engineer. And I think Jason's a mechanical engineer as well. But NASA takes on different forms of education or backgrounds because we need so many different people to help us to launch our next vehicle, which is the SLS vehicle, the Artemis 1 program. So, you know, you think about Apollo and you think about shuttle and things like that. Anybody know what the space shuttle is? See, asked that yesterday. Nobody knew what that was. So the space shuttle is, you see the bottom picture right there? And behind me is the space shuttle. That is the vehicle that used to have the wings on it that went up on the tank and came back down and glided back down from space. It went to the International Space Station. So, you know, you think about those kind of programs within NASA, you say, well, you need more than engineers to help you to be successful in these different kind of programs. So get back to my education. So I figured out then in school, one thing I did like was CAD. And I love talking to people. You know, I wasn't that good in math, believe it or not. Some classes I had to take it over and over again in order to pass. But I stuck with it. So I would take, I think I had to take physics 2 twice. You know, it was that hard because by the time I was taking physics 2, I had a family, you know, so it was hard. And I was in the band. So sometimes life comes at you fast and you have to be agile, ready to make changes to get to your goals. Sometimes you're not going to always stick with plan A, plan B. Sometimes you need a plan C or D to get to where you need to get to. And you have to use your support systems around you in order to do that. Your family, your friends, one another in this room. You have to lean on one another in order to be successful. You have to learn from your friend or from the guy next to you. And sometimes you have to help the guy next to you or the lady next to you in order to be successful. And it's okay to do that. It's okay to share. It's okay to sometimes to open up and say, I need help and support to get to these areas in which you want to succeed. And I had to do that many of times, especially in college and when I was younger. So after getting my degree in school, I didn't do an intern, which was a bad mistake on my part. But I was blessed and I got a job right after college, you know, and went in straight into engineering. And why? Because I focused on one area along with mathematics, which was CAD. And CAD is a computer aid drafting system, which you do on the computers. And that was my niche. And I always say you have to have a niche, whatever you do. You have to be great at something or good at many things, but always be great at something that you like to do. Whatever you do, do what you like to do. I always imagined that I would be a designer of automobiles, but instead of automobiles, I got hired to design the space station. You know what the space station is that goes around the Earth right now? So I designed many parts on the space station back in 1995, 96, that the station is still being orbited now. After designing parts on the space station with Boeing, I had an opportunity to work with my wife, Simone. So I would design parts for a new vehicle called the Delta IV rocket. And I think it's not on the picture, but the Delta IV rocket was the first big, heavy, nice vehicle in the early 2000s that was being built. And I would design a part on CAD, and my wife would do the structural analysis on the part. We were the only husband and wife team, and the only team of minorities, by the way, young too, that was working with Boeing in Huntsville, Alabama. So later on, Simone came on, she went to a different program. I designed this part called the ICPS that we're using today for our Artemis SLS Block 1 vehicle. So they're still using the same parts that I designed 18 years ago on this new vehicle today, and they never changed the designs that I did, which means I did them pretty good. So I'm proud of that. I still work with colleagues now, and I go see my parts, and it's like, "Oh, you designed it?" I was like, "Yeah." They say, "For real?" I said, "Yeah." I was 25 when I designed that. I'm a little up in age now. So, but that was a really great accomplishment for myself at that time. But one thing about engineering and about careers, they take you on different paths as well. And Simone told you she's a civil engineer, but she's a system engineer now. I was a designer, I was a safety engineer, I was a system engineer, and then I moved over to manufacturing engineering. After I designed my parts, I would start to go to a factory, and they hired me to be a mechanical operations engineer to build the rocket. So I designed it, and then I went into manufacturing and learned how my design impede the manufacturers of designing. So what I mean by that is that you can design something, but you always got to think about how is it going to be assembled? How will it be put together? How will it be manufactured and things of that nature? So you have to have a game plan within engineering to understand that yourself. That's the same thing with life. You could say, well, I want to get to go B or A, but what are my steps? What are my sub bullets to help me to get sub steps to help me to get to my big goal? What's going to help me to accomplish that third step? Who do I need to lean on? What do I need to learn in order to move forward to get to my big goal? So after doing that, I understand then that Huntsville, Alabama is a little cold, and Simone's from the Caribbeans. So it was time then to go to Florida. So we moved to Florida and we started working at Kennedy Space Center. And while at Kennedy Space Center, we had a couple opportunities. You can see Simone's from Anguilla. Anybody know where Anguilla is? So we had a couple opportunities to visit Anguilla. So those are kind of the pictures you see there. We went to Anguilla, visited the family, and things of that nature. Talked to them about engineering, got to know some of their backgrounds as well. Came back home, took our young men there to beautiful island as well. It was inspirational. She had a grandfather that built homes, and he would literally take boulders and break them down and make his stones to build his house. And she had an uncle as well, Kenneth, that builds homes in St. Thomas. But you look at their designs of their homes, beautiful. So I took some of those concepts and thinkings, how did they get to these processes, and took them back in to work with me. Even though they wasn't engineers, they had great processes. They were great thinkers. You can take something from one and differentiate it from one degree or one different kind of degree in accounting to engineering. And that can help you to get to your goals and processes too as well. So from that point, we're in Florida, we're working there. Simone and I, we've been working together for over 15 years. Can you believe that? We've been married for 25 years. We're both engineers, working together for 15 years, and we're still together. It's a beautiful thing. And that's all because, we have a system together. And working with NASA, it's a blessing for us as a family. We contribute as much as we can to give back to our community. because that's important to us. We do a lot of outreach programs, not only within NASA, but also outside of our homes as well, with our communities too at the same time. Another thing that I did work on now is the SLS rocket. So I had the opportunity to design parts on the SLS rocket and that you see behind us there. And that went up last year in November, the first launch of the Artemis 1 program, SLS Block 1 rocket. And I had opportunities to design ground support equipment. And that's how you transport the vehicle, you integrate the vehicle and the equipment that is used to do that. So I wrote requirements to help them do that as well. I've worked with the Air Force, along with NASA in different areas. So I'm having a pretty good career in most people's eyes. I think I've really can expand a little bit more, but what's more important to me is keeping a core tight grip on my family. You know, Careers is great. You can make all the money you can make. It's going to be presented to you, but you got to have a good balance in life and work. What's best for you, and so you want to make sure the time that you spend is to make sure your careers are going good, but also make sure your family is with you as you expand into that area in your career. If you decide to have a family, everybody probably don't want a family and kids. A dog is sometimes great by himself. So think about that. So along with that, I work at Kennedy Space Center. Again, do you guys know where Kennedy Space Center is? No? Yes? Do you know where Disney World is in Orlando? So Disney World's right here. Kennedy Space Center is right there. Just go east and you'll run right into it in Florida on this one little line. And that's where we will launch our rockets at Kennedy Space Center, our SLS vehicle for Artemis 1 programs. So that's a little bit about myself. That's kind of what I do right now. I am a logistics engineer. I get supplies right now. I'm kind of managing that for the Artemis 1 program for exploration ground systems. And that's at Kennedy Space Center, where Jason and I work at on the same team. And my job is to ensure that we get the right parts that we need at the right time to the correct people. Communications again, understanding that your processes is working, your supply chain is working. And supply chain is important because you see the issue that we had during COVID? We had all the stuff that we needed in California and San Diego and tropical on all these barges stacked up, but we didn't have enough people and enough equipment to get them to the right locations. So supply chain is important in having processes. So that's my job. That's what I currently do now. I really enjoy it. And I look forward to doing even more with the ground exploration systems now. And we're going to be doing other things as well. And we're going to talk about that, how we process, how we build. And I talked about how we process and build things. I'm going to go a little bit more into depth about that later on. But for now, we're going to talk to Jason, and Jason's going to let you know a little bit about himself.
All right, good morning, everyone. Apologize in advance, I'm starting to lose my voice. Yeah, so my name is Jason McCaw-Binns. I'm a ground integration engineer. I work with Ken and Simeon on the Exploration Ground Systems program. I support a lot of the processing activities that support the launch of Artemis 1, and I actually support a portion of launch countdown in the firing room. So that specifically that time frame right before we loaded cryogenic fuel on the core stage that Ken and Simeon were talking about. Who in here knows what the firing room is? No one? Anyone ever watched any um, space movies and seen that big room with all of those displays and all those engineers sitting on the console, and then there's the launch director and you hear T minus 10, 9, 8. Does that sound familiar? Yeah, so that's where some of us work out of. We work on those consoles and we support things like anomaly resolution. So like during the countdown, if there's an issue, we have to talk on these communication systems to various teams. We've got to fix that problem in a specific time frame. So we've got to think pretty quick, adapt, and we've got to coordinate with a whole bunch of folks to make sure everything's running smoothly so we can safely launch that vehicle. So where did it all start? Oh, in addition to that, we also support a lot of the design and development efforts for the ground systems. So if you look at like that picture over there, you see that big tower that's supporting the vehicle. We do a lot of the design and development for the ground systems that provide things like data, communication, propellant, purge, like breathing air, gaseous nitrogen, all of those support systems. We come together as a team, engineering community. We design those systems. We gather all the requirements from the various stakeholders, make sure everyone's on the same page, put together a plan, and we go off and we build those systems. One of EGS's primary objectives is to build, launch, and recover. So we go through a build phase where we build all of these systems, that mobile launch tower, the lightning towers, for example, that protect the vehicle during lightning events, the water tank that provides sound suppression to protect our ground systems, our hardware, our facilities from the launch plume. All of those systems, we come together and we help to design and develop those. But it all starts out with a requirement, with a could be a one-line requirement on a piece of paper. This system shall do that, and then it can converts from there to design engineering, to a specification, something like that. And it kind of goes from there to what you see in some of these images. But for me, where did it all start? So I can point you to embarrassing photo number 1 in the bottom left there. That's me on the left with my mom. She's actually a professor at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. She's an epidemiologist. She kind of did some research and some help with the pandemic and stuff like that. So yeah, she's really good at what she does. She's got a lot of peer reviews and papers out there, so you can look her up. But that's where it kind of started for me. I've always had some level of interest in space exploration from a very young age. You know, it was just fascinating to me. Just pretty much every summer, we'd visit my grandfather. He lives in Palm Bay, Florida, which is a little bit south of the Kennedy Space Center. And we'd watch the space shuttle launches that Ken was mentioning right off the back patio. We just, if we're lucky enough to be there during the summer, we'd about to see one of the STS launches go up. I'd get to see it. And it was just fascinating. The fact that we were able to launch humans into outer space to go work on space station or do any of these other missions. And for me, I just had to work there. I had to figure out a way to get there. So my high school is actually called Jamaica College, and it's that top left picture. Really nice school. It's an all boys school. But when I went back there, I decided I needed to get more laser focused on what I wanted to do with my life. So I wanted to focus more on the sciences, the math, the physics. Those subjects really opened my eyes to the way the world really worked. Statics, dynamics, all of those types of subjects really, helped to kind of steer me in that direction. So I decided to focus on that. I went through sixth form, which is a level above high school. Focused again on a lot of math and everything like that. And I decided to go to Florida Institute of Technology. So FIT, it's in Melbourne, which is pretty close to Palm Bay. I was familiar with it from all my visits on those summer vacations. And I picked that school because it was as close as possible to the Space Center. I mean, I figured, why not? If it's that close, they've got to have some courses there that can help me to get there. So my mom and I went to the admissions office. I got in on a partial scholarship, and I just opened up the catalog and just started thumbing through until I landed on a degree called aerospace engineering. It's very similar to mechanical engineering. Like Ken mentioned, it's kind of a blend between aeronautical engineering and mechanical engineering. So kind of the best of both worlds. If I didn't end up at KSC, maybe I could go work on aircraft or, go work in a wind tunnels, stuff like that. Do a lot of those types of calculations. So I landed on aerospace engineering, did that as my bachelor's. And then I got an internship with the Air Force. There's a Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. It's right beside Kennedy Space Center. They also launch rockets. It's actually now known as a Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So they launch Atlas V and Delta IV expendable rockets. I got to work there as a vehicle subsystem engineer, as a civil servant, as an internship. Worked there for around a year. Great eye-opening experience. Got to see some of my first launches up close. Got to tour my first the firing room, a Delta 4 firing room. So that was cool. My dream was always to sit on console in some capacity. So that was kind of the first step. I then got a job with United Space Alliance once I graduated. They worked primarily on or exclusively on the space shuttle program, the prime contractor, prime program for the space shuttle program. Did that for some time. I worked primarily as a project manager, again, working on a lot of these ground systems, lightning monitoring systems, other systems that supported the latter part of the space shuttle program. I kind of jumped into the space shuttle program, not really knowing the longevity of the program. And we got some news that the space shuttle program is going to start to retire. So I kind of had to course correct a little bit. So I decided to go ahead and revector my thinking to another area of expertise. So I kind of leaned more into project management because at the time, once shuttle program was starting to trail off, I knew there's going to be a lot of facility upgrades and development at the at KSC to support one of our new programs, which was going to be Constellation and then eventually Artemis. So I got certified as a professional project manager, worked a whole bunch of projects on a communication systems project program. Did that for quite a while, and then I transitioned over to another contract, Jacobs, on the Artemis program, where I got more into some more of the technical side of engineering and systems engineering, where I get to the opportunity to work on some of these systems in a lot more detail. So I did that for a few years. And then I got the esteemed opportunity to join the NASA family. I've been working there for 3 years as a ground integration engineer, as I mentioned before, and doing a lot of requirements development. Simeon mentioned, we've got to work with a lot of teams, a lot of cross-program teams, collect their requirements, do closed loop verification, make sure what we've designed, built, and tested is what we intended, what we needed to support the launch. And that's pretty much where we ended up. I think I'm running out of time, so I will hand it off. Oh, and that's me on the far right. As I said, EGS, we support the launch of SLS, and I'm holding up the rocket. So that's definition of support. All right. And over to Christina.
So really quick, we have a few minutes before we start the live session. If we could please ask 2 questions, one from each school, personal about their background, not about their current jobs, but their background and their pathway. Before we do that, I'll let you think about that for a quick second. How many NASA scientists do you think we have in the Virgin Islands? Just a guess. Or from the Virgin Islands? Yes, gentleman in the back. 10, very close. Anyone else? Yes, the young lady. A little too high. Anyone else? Yes. Close. Neptune. No. Yes. 5. So Miss Callwood is currently, she was in the paper last week. She is from St. Thomas and part of the Callwood plan. Those of you who might know Austin Callwood, he's the director of enforcement at DPNR. We have Dr. David Morris, who's a physics professor, and he's the reason that I'm here today. And we have NASA. So if you come to the university, Dr. David Morris is a former scientist. Anybody on St. John, if you go to the tap room, he owns a brewery. His name is Cheech. And there's another gentleman on St. Thomas by the name of Kevin, and he owns Frenchtown Brewery. So we actually have 5, along with Miss Callwood. And there's a gentleman that's not here today. His name is Mr. King, Dr. King. And he will be on Channel 2, TV2, tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So very quickly, question from this side of the room on career pathways or their background. Yes. You smiled at me. Don't smile at me if you don't want to speak. You smiled. Okay, quickly. Hang on.
Good morning, my name is Hakeem Couture and I'm in the 11th grade. And the question about your personal background is it ever, what is the turning point in switching to like not the NASA? Like what makes you dedicated and committed to that?
Yeah, actually, the turning point for me is the environment. When I get into that environment initially, um, how your boss treats you, how the individuals on your team treat you, are they are they good team players? That's going to determine whether I'm going to stay at that position or stay in that environment. Because there's so many opportunities. You don't have to stay committed to one particular area and master. There's so many other different programs available that you can branch off to. So how the team play, how those individuals in my particular team is working together effectively, how they communicate is very important to me because I like a stress-free life, as I would say, and I like to seek productivity. I like to feel important in what I'm doing and being able to say I accomplished doing this. So how effective our team is.
Great answer. So team, opportunity, experience. Wonderful. Okay, over here, last question. Have to do it really quickly. Anyone? Yes. Remember, good morning. My name is, what school and grade, please? And if you'd like to call your teacher up, that'd be great too.
Morning, my name is Miles Berkeley, and Mr. Plan B, I have a question for you. When did you learn how to do CAD?
When did you learn to do CAD?
Yeah, for me, I learned how to do CAD early in, actually college, and even in high school, when you had woodwork, CNC machinery, I don't know if you guys have that, you know, little machinery and tools. But when you start to plan things out and draw out with your piece of paper, and kind of taking notes, things like that, and you translate that later on, you're an engineer to computer aided design. Computer aided design, it can be for anything. You're making, it can be for designing life. But just learning that one particular skill can take you into many directions. So really early from elementary school, in high school as well, and try to become an.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Okay, just
T-minus 1 minute. T-minus 30 seconds. We are go for launch. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. My name is Christina Chavez, and I am a research specialist with the College of Science and Math at the University of the Virgin Islands. I would like to welcome you to the annual NASA Outreach Education activity taking place on the beautiful island of St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands. For our guests nationally and internationally, I would like to take a brief moment to welcome you and welcome our NASA colleagues from all across the globe. Today, you'll hear from experts from NASA who are a variety of subject matter experts. I would briefly like to thank my colleague and mentor, Dr. David Morris, who's in charge of the Edelman Observatory at UVI and is the director of the physics program at the university. I'd now like to introduce Dr. David Hall to give a brief welcome.
Morning. Good morning to all of you who are gathered here and those who are across the globe online. It is truly an honor to be able to welcome you to this event and to share a few words about the University of the Virgin Islands. Before beginning my written remarks, I want to say that I have been president of the University of the Virgin Islands for 14 years. This is my 14th year. And one of the things that I indicated in my first year was that part of my vision as a university president was to give the university a license to dream again. And this event and what you will hear in a moment that has occurred at the University of the Virgin Islands is an example of individuals dreaming about what they could do and what could be different and what are the possibilities. And I hope that same spirit dwells with those of you who are here and those online, especially our students, because it is only through dreaming, it is only through believing that you have the skills and talent to do something great that you will be able to do it. You must believe in yourselves and pursue your dreams regardless of circumstances, regardless of what others may have to say. So I want to thank, as others have done, NASA for coming to the USVI and being able to support this effort and to share all of the various possibilities that exist. I have often said that federal agencies, NASA included, is the instrument or entity that creates the margin of excellence and the margin of difference at universities around this country, and especially at HBCUs. So their presence, their support of this program, their support of other programs that exist here that I will mention in a moment is an example of that margin of excellence. As a special surprise for those of us today, as well as those watching online, it is my pleasure to welcome two former students of the USVI, Simone Fullwood from Kennedy Space Center, as well as Dr. Rudolph King of Langley Research Center. Dr. Fullwood, or Ms. Fullwood, was once a student at the Croix School, and Dr. King is a graduate of Ivana Adora Kin High School. So thank you both for coming home to share some of your experience with this new generation of students. And we are just always excited when individuals leave the Virgin Islands and go off and pursue careers and are able to come back and to share their wonderful experiences. We are also excited when individuals stay in the Virgin Islands at the University of the Virgin Islands and pursue their dreams as well. I also want to thank the VI Montessori School and International Academy, which held this first event back in 2015. And since that time, under the direction of David Morris, who you just heard from, and with the outreach coordination of Christina Chans, this event has grown tremendously. One might not even recognize it compared to what occurred in 2015. I want to welcome you and offer a special thanks to the USVI E4 USA student team and Dr. Pine, along with the E4 USA student teams from the states who will be presenting to you today. What started in 2015 as the physics degree approved by the Board of Trustees of this university in 2017 has now expanded to include the newly minted physics and pre-engineering degree, which we began this year. This also comes after our long sought after dual degree program in math and engineering. UVI has long sought to contribute to the development of the diverse future workforce in science and in engineering that will support the goals that NASA has for this nation and the world, and will support innovation and cutting-edge development. UVI's long-standing applied math and engineering dual degree program was joined in 2017 by the university's Bachelor's in Physics degree with a concentration in astronomy. This evolution, this development, this growth in the science and engineering options at UVI to this past year with the addition of the new engineering concentration in the physics BS degree, UVI is committed to providing a variety of pathways for science and engineering students that can train for them to lead various STEM futures. The physics program, which I've mentioned a few times, has been highly successful. Since 2019, more than 14 students have graduated from the program. Starting with the first class of graduates from the UVI physics program in 2019, UVI has now awarded 14 BS in physics degrees in just 4 years. 3 of those graduates are now in PhD programs, and 6 are either employed or working on their master's degrees. 3 of these students have gone on to PhD programs and will have graduated and gone on to do great things. As you can see, STEM and our dedication to STEM pathways leading to jobs at local and federal agencies such as NASA is what this event is all about. I want to thank all of you for joining us live and online. I also want to remind those students who are in the room that this is your university. This is the place that was created so that you could receive an outstanding education right in the Virgin Islands. And we hope that you will see from today that UVI has so much to offer you in your future dreams. Excuse me. I want to say to those students who are listening online that this is a very unique institution for you to consider as you, excuse me, pursue your dreams. It is an inclusive institution that believes deeply in having students be individuals and not just a number. We are a very small university, and that means that you will get the support, nurturing, and inspiration that you need to succeed. And in addition, especially to those students who live in cold climates, it is the only school you can come to that not only has low tuition, but also has a beach and sunshine to offer you all the time. I finally want to close by, I apologize, my voice is a little hoarse today. I want to close though by highlighting someone who has really been the heart and soul of the growth that I have just talked about at the UVI, and that is Dr. David Morris, who is here. There are times when institutions and individuals have to make decisions about their future. Quite a number of years ago, our physics faculty made an offer to Dr. Morris to join this university. They were very excited about him coming. In the interim, between them sending a contract to him and him signing the contract, the government of the Virgin Islands, who was facing enormous financial challenges and decisions at the time, decided that all government employees had to take an 8% budget reduction. It wasn't punitive. It wasn't done lightly. It was because tourism had dropped, the recession was now in full bloom, and they were struggling to figure out a way to balance the budget. None of us were pleased, especially those of us who had been working hard already at the institution. But the physics program gave me the privilege of calling up Dr. Morris and indicating to him that what we promised him was not what we could deliver. And I was so struck that he still decided to come to this institution. Some, after getting this bad news, decided not to be a part of this university, understandably. 8% less than what has been promised to you is not an easy thing to swallow. I share that story, and it's somewhat personal, and I apologize if David doesn't feel comfortable with me putting him on the spot in this way. But I share it because it is an example of his dedication to this university, this program, and this vision that is manifesting itself today. He had other choices, he had other options, and as I indicated, it would not have been unusual for him to say, I'm sorry, I just can't do that for what you're offering. But I am delighted that he made that hard choice, because I have seen the growth that has occurred in physics and astronomy and all of the other areas since he has arrived. I share that story also to say to you that there will be times when you are pursuing your dream, and I hope for many of you it is a dream of being a STEM educator and leader, that you will have some hard choices to make, that there will be some things that get in the way of you doing what you feel you should do. But in those moments, know that challenges come not to deter us from our dreams, but to test how much we really want that dream and to test whether we are willing to make an outstanding contribution to life. STEM is a way of doing that because so much of the changes that occur in life, in science, in the things that you use every day are a product of what individuals do in this field. The exploration that NASA has been able to spearhead in this nation and in the world has made all of our lives better. And we want you to make those hard decisions and never give up on your dreams so that you can be the David Morris of the future, all of the other individuals I mentioned of the future, and make this world a better place. Thanks to all of you for being here, and I know that this event will be inspiring and something that hopefully will be life-changing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Now I would like to have Dr. Pine's video play. Dr. Pine is the principal investigator.
Good day, everyone. My name is
Sorry, of E4USA.
Good day, everyone. My name is Daryl Pines, and I am the president of the University of Maryland. I am also a professor of aerospace engineering. I have the pleasure of serving as the principal investigator and co-director of the Engineering for Us All project, or as we like to call it, E4USA. The E4USA program seeks to demystify and democratize engineering for all of us. The overarching goal is to introduce a broad spectrum of students and their teachers to engineering careers through a high school level introductory engineering course. E4USA is so very proud to be represented so strongly today in this wonderful gathering of scientists and engineers. Many thanks to our colleagues at the University of the Virgin Islands for this opportunity. We hope that more high schools around the United States will visit our website, e4usa.org, to learn more and to consider joining us in the future. I hope you all have an amazing, amazing day. Thanks to our friends at NASA. And go Terps!
Thank you. I don't know about you, but when I was young, I was an intern. And so today I would like to invite my intern up to the podium to share his experiences interning, supporting the NASA project, as well as environmental monitoring and drought at the University of the Virgin Islands. It's my pleasure to invite my student, Fernando Silva, to share a few words with you. He's working sound back there.
Thank you, Christina. Good morning to everyone here. As she said, my name is Fernando Silva. I am a sixth-generation Virgin Islander from St. Thomas. I graduated from St. Peter and Paul Catholic School, seems like a million years ago now. Just recently graduated from the University of Massachusetts with a degree in civil engineering. And since then, I have had the opportunity to intern in conjunction with UVI and the Department of Labor, doing environmental monitoring and health and climate. The next one. So I was introduced to this program last year, January, when it was online because of COVID. And it was very interesting. It opened my eyes to a lot of opportunities that you guys also have. Talking to the NASA scientists, as well as those locally in positions that I would like to have been into. That gave me the opportunity to do this internship with Christina, and it only reaffirmed my choice to want to move back home, use the experiences of college away abroad, and bring that knowledge back home to better our territory as a whole. As you know, interns don't really make that much money, but the knowledge and experience you gain is invaluable. Since then, I've had the opportunity to work with multiple federal and local agencies to assist in multiple different projects, such as the drought reports for NOAA, water demand studies for agricultural use all throughout the territory with USGS, and most importantly, the UVI and DPNR environmental monitoring program, which allowed me to have the opportunity to interview and hopefully work for DPNR in the future, continuing this program. I just wanted to let you guys know that the opportunities presented to you today are real and they are there to help you. Next slide, please. Just the last one. I just wanted you guys to take advantage of this opportunities you have today. Talk to your teachers, talk to people in positions locally that you're interested in. Talk to Christina. Take advantage of the Department of Labor's summer intern program. You can request to work at UVI to follow in these same programs, and just understand that the work experience you gain is invaluable to your future career. That's all I have for you, but thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. He will be a first-generation engineer for his family at DPNR, and he will be starting April 1st. So really a very short period of time for him to come back home, get work experience, and get back out there. Now we would like to share with you what your colleagues and future scientists at the Adelita Cairn School have for you today.
Hi, I'm Kanisha Scarlett, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future astrophysicist.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cairn Junior High School.
Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history. The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consist of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte Amalie on the island of St. Thomas, previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark Norway from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for our beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful islands.
In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe.
Researchers at local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MDT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. Drought Monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impact of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many of the USVI actually collect rainwater for home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much like they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and no, you can't see it because we have had rain, But in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation, erosion, and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe droughts impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled, which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty.
Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community.
To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors.
And now, on to the NASA presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adelita Cancrine, Intermediate School, and Dr. Lisa Ford. Now I would like to ask you to give a really warm welcome to the video produced by E4USA students from Central High School here in St. Croix.
Good day, everyone. This is Miss Perkins from the St. Croix Central High School. Here are a few short video clips of my students' final project. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Good morning, class. We are Group 1, Aliana,
Aliyah, Elani.
and for the past couple of weeks, we have been building a prototype to fit the window for what he wanted because he wanted to be able to open his windows but no AC to his mouth. So this is our design that we came up with to fit. Boys, come grab your stuff. Thank you.
So the first thing we did, we measured the window and we had to create a design based on all of the things that he needed. He wanted sunlight, he wanted it to be sealable, and he wanted the window to be able to open. So we measured it, and after like a couple failed attempts on buying wrong materials, we had to go back like 2 times and try again. And then we bought this frame, we bought this plastic, we put it together. Our first step was the frame, the metal frame. It was pretty long, so we had to cut it and measure it to the correct shape. And then we cut the plastic to fit the frame, and the frame to the back of the frame, to the back of the frame, to the back of the frame. It has these rubbers, like where I roll in the plastic into the frame. So that's basically what we did.
Okay, so to put it in, she put little springs to the top so that it could come in and out and hold better. Okay. We designed 2 tabs to pull it out
to make it removable, because that was another requirement that we needed to have.
Yay! Good morning. My name is Kiara Simon, high school major.
I'm Maya Papio.
Okay, and we have created a design for a window. Our stakeholder asked for a window frame that would be able to keep the AC inside and protect against weather, and also is removable.
And also so the window can open and close properly.
Yes. So this is our design. We've used acrylic sheets, which acts as glass without actually being glass. So you can have this sunlight come through easily. We use foam boards to act as sealants inside the windows, and which will protect against weather and also keep the AC inside. So we have that. This side.
Thank you guys. I teared up a little bit. I'm always excited when my projects and programs work. And I just love Miss Perkins so much. And we give her no money and there's no supplies or materials. So thank you guys for being innovative and talented and taking a practical solution to an everyday problem and making it efficient and effective. That's engineering in real time. So thank you for that. Lastly, I would like to introduce students from E4USA from Tennessee, Gordonville High School.
Engineers. I am Anthony Geis, the E4USA teacher at Gordonville High School in Gordonville, Tennessee. As we say here, y'all come on in.
In engineering, I have enjoyed collaborating with other people, evaluating a situation, and coming up with a solution.
During the semester in engineering, I thoroughly enjoyed being able to work in groups, compare and contrast our ideas, and to logically break down a problem.
In robotics, I have used trial and error, and I've learned the importance of asking for help when it is needed.
Design.
Problem solving.
Hands-on.
Shoe concepts.
Shoe designs.
Underdeveloped countries.
Redesigning.
Reverse engineering.
Teamwork. Educational criteria. Problem solving. Building. Challenging.
I was looking for a safe and effective way to display my medical backboard, so I asked the advanced engineering class to come up with a solution.
Designed and 3D printed a modular set of hooks, and we then hung it on the fall ceiling so we would not have to drill holes in the wall.
After a request from our principal, we were asked to map out softball and baseball fields within a set property line. For this project, we used the GIS program while keeping in mind the property line, the FEMA flood maps, and the inclines of the ground.
A teacher in our school came to us with a broken N64 controller. He asked us to redesign a more ergonomic and comfortable thumbstick. After modeling and printing different designs, he chose the one he found most comfortable.
So last year we were assigned a project to help take a cork out of a floor cleaner. So this was our first design. There's a hook that goes into here, and this is the hammerhead so you can hammer it back on. The problem with this is it didn't have enough infill. So we remade it with 90% infill and added this little part where the hook goes all the way through, hoping to help support it, but it kept too much pressure on the headpiece and it just snapped. So then on our next one, we added more attachment points around the head so it wouldn't snap and got rid of the part where it went all the way through. And then we added this little white piece to hold the hook in place. So this is our final, this is the hook. This is the same, it just has more infill, and that's the piece that holds the hook in place.
We want to take this opportunity to thank E4USA for giving us this opportunity. We also would like to take a second to thank Mr. Geis for the love, care, and effort he has put into his classes throughout the year. So on behalf of us to E4USA and Mr. Geis, thank you.
Thank you. So those are just some examples of some of the activities that you can take part in. We are trying to work with NASA to bring a robotics program to the territory. Obviously, we will work with both St. Croix and St. Thomas. St. John does not get a lot of those activities because it's just difficult to travel back and forth, but we do give them about $20,000 worth of STEM supplies every year to encourage them to continue their path to innovation. So without further ado, I would like to introduce my colleagues, and they are going to lead you through the guided project. Before we get started, Did anyone not get a punch out? No? Okay, let me bring the extra ones up here. Sorry. Okay, I have to go get lunch. So who's presenting? Which one? Me. Oh, okay, Miss Fullwood is back up. When I get back, you're gonna actually do your punch outs, and then before lunch, we'll do autographs along this wall. Please do it one line at a time. If you can help me with that, Jason, can you help me with that when they go? If I don't come back in time, I should be 30 minutes. Here you go. And here we're going to look at a video.
Years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before. You are looking at the world's most powerful rocket and Orion spacecraft live on Launch Pad 39B. The energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history today.
We're going to learn so much about the solar system from the moon and even about the Earth.
Range weather. Weather is go for launch.
The mission management team has been told you have a go to proceed with terminal count.
On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, at this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together. Back to the moon and beyond.
SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour.
The harder the climb, the better the view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is. The first step in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars.
We are understanding now from the James Webb Space Telescope just how big and vast this universe is. There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning.
Orion is now flying free, attached to the European Service Module and on its journey to the moon.
That was the SLS vehicle. The SLS team will be the vehicle that, the SLS will be the vehicle that returns the astronaut back to the moon. Here at Artemis 1, since was launched on November 16 from NASA Kennedy Space Center. 25.5 days, 1.4 million miles, mission beyond the moon and back. And it splashed down over in California, at Evangeline, California on December 11. Probably a lot of you saw that on TV. A pretty phenomenal event. The SLS is comprised not just SLS, but also the EGS program for Exploration Ground Systems and the Orion spacecraft. That's how we're going to get to the moon with these three programs. Now here is the third. The third one is the Block 1 SLS vehicle. The previous vehicle that we had was the space shuttle. Anyone can see the difference between these vehicles for the space shuttle and the Orion block? What's the difference? You can just say it out. All right. The space shuttle has wings. Simple. And also, the SLS is 322 feet tall. That's taller than the Statue of Liberty. Anyone been to New York and been to the Statue of Liberty? You have? It's pretty tall. The next slide. The solid rocket boosters that we have. Now, the solid rocket boosters here that we have, my charts are kind of out of order. Hold on. Let me get some water. The solid one. Can you believe I lost my voice just like that? The solid rocket boosters that we have the Earth, the Rare, and the segment emerging from the Cascade and Northrop Grumman. And this facility is located in Utah. Here we have a cast-in, which is another term for filling the case segment with propellant. We see the forward skirt. Each of the boosters is cast and moved forward at a processing facility there at Utah. The QM2, which is the qualification motor static test that's being performed. You see the pictures of the nozzle plug being blown out in slow motion, and that's what's happening there. You see the nozzle move as the engines also is tested and steering the thrust vectors. And this is what happens with that primary part of the rocket boosters. And this is a processing plant that we have for the static motor testing that's being performed.
Four, three, two, one, fire.
That's happening just now. Now we have the RS-25 engines for the SLS. It utilizes 3 engines from the space shuttle, but we have 4 in all. It's 109% thrust versus 104% thrust engines that were produced. For 500 pounds thrust, there's more than 1 million second total ground and flight time that happens. The program starts with 14 flown engines and 2 engines built from spares that we have. Is 512 pounds of thrust each and 12 million horsepower, or roughly 13 Hoover dams happening. The RS-25 was prepped at the Stennis, and that's what you have seen, the hot fire testing that happened. This is in regards to the green one that we had. The green one was just another part of the test that needed to happen prior to launch. But just a little bit about the core stage that we had needed to discuss. The core stage is the tallest rocket stage ever flown that we have. It's 212 feet tall. It weighs 2.3 million pounds when fueled. And the core stage have 2 tanks, which is the LOX tank and a bigger liquid hydrogen tank, which measures 130 feet tall. And it holds 537 gallons of liquid hydrogen. So those comprise of the 4 primary parts of the vehicle, which is the core stage, the booster, the engine, and the ICPS. The next part, Kendrick is going to discuss the next part for the ground processing. I'm sorry, guys, my voice is going. Hold on.
Thank you, Ms. Forward. Let's give her a round of applause. She's fighting through a cold this morning, throughout the week, actually. So anybody know what NASA's mean? You know, NASA deal with acronyms all the time. NASA, our name itself is an acronym. Anybody know what it means? It's right there. I mean, yeah, you can see it right here. So just say it. But a lot of people don't know that. They just say, well, NASA's your name. So that's right. You know, you're going to hear a lot of acronyms today. So you heard Simone speak about acronyms and what does it really mean and things of that nature. One thing about NASA, we have different centers around the states. And it's not just Kennedy Space Center. We have centers in Langley, which is in Maryland, Goddard, Glenn in Ohio. Marshall is where I went to school at in Huntsville. There's a center there. Texas, Johnson, JPL. You probably heard about that because of the rovers on Mars, right? They do a lot of the rovers for Mars and things of that nature. So, and then we have smaller centers as well that's related to some where we do manufacturing. So for my part today, I'm sorry, we're going to talk a little bit about how the SLS vehicle is manufactured and delivered to Kennedy Space Center. So here's our map there. Like I said, we're at Kennedy Space Center. You will see that is close to Disney World that we talked about as well. But I'm gonna go back and stop 1 minute because I just want you to know who I am. Once again, my name is Kendrick or Ken Fullwood. So I am a system and integration or logistics engineer for the ground exploration ground system at Kennedy Space Center. So our next slide, we're going to go a little bit into where we are and what's on our grounds and where we work at here at Kennedy Space Center. Well, here at Kennedy Space Center, we have our OSB-1, which is our operation support building that you see with the outline of the shuttle. That's our little walking path that we get out and walk around sometime. That's that little building there to the bottom. You see our big vehicle assembly building, the VAB, which is the tallest one of the in volume buildings in the world, biggest volume building in the world. So a lot of space in that building. That's where we do our integration of our SLS vehicles. And in the future, we're going to have different vehicles that we're going to integrate there as well. Right next to it is the LCC. You probably heard Jason talk a little bit about that earlier. Our launch control center. There's no big red button. They sit down and they just count down their timelines, and that's where you see all the engineers. And Charlie, our first female launch director, you saw her. So that's their operating facility, or where they sit it as well. One of the smaller buildings to the left, or to your left side there, is the OSB-1. That's where my office is. I sit over there, and that's another engineering support building as well. And also the other two buildings to the back side of that on the left side as well is where we used to have the shuttle facilities where we did all the integration. And now we have other companies like Boeing there, and they're doing their capsule for the International Space Station as well, that they launch on an expendable vehicle too. So our next slide we're going to talk now a little bit more about what is the SLS comprised of, has it built at Michoud. The Michoud is located in Louisiana by New Orleans. You guys know where New Orleans is? So there we have a small facility, well, large facility. And there in New Orleans, the Michoud facility is where they built the Apollos. That's the old rocket that we had back in the 60s and early 70s that took man to the moon the first time. And we also built the external tank for the space shuttle there as well. So big, huge tubes there that you can see. You know, the diameters are like 28 feet big and wide. These tanks that they're building there. And now we're assembling in our core stage vehicle there, and also our future upper stage too. So the core stage, then, it's out a little bit about the core stage. It is comprised of, as you can see, it is a engine section part. We have our LH2, which is our liquid hydrogen tank, our inner tank, our LO LOX tank, and then our forward skirt as well. So that's very tall. The little picture you see on the left-hand side, we're going to start there. That is when we have the comprise of the inner tank, the LOX tank, and the forward tank together. They kind of bring those together, they integrate them together. and then they start to stack it or build it later on horizontally, with the LH2 tank. Now the tanks are built like they take these big sheets of metal, and it's probably about 10 feet long, and they machine them out into grids so they can be lighter on the inside. So it's probably about a good 2-inch thick, and they take a grid, like a grid pattern. They take a machine and they kind of go through all the grid patterns and they make a tank, and then they bend it. So they take 4 bent sections of skins and they make like a cylinder, and they weld these cylinders together and they make a tank, and they bring on a cap similar to a beer can or a can itself, not a beer can, just a regular can. So it's like a can, and they bring it together and they weld it together. So that's what you see. And the inner tank there in the middle is just a part of a structure that sits in between both tanks so it can breathe, and then you have the forward skirt as well. So a little fun facts there. You see the core stage together with the engine section onto it. It's 212 feet tall. That's pretty good. And when it's all fueled together, it's 1.3 million pounds of propellant is filled into just the core stage itself. That's without the boosters onto it. So there's a fun facts, and you see the core stage here, the LH2 tank in the middle, and the engine zone. And so our next, and then the engine's has been put in there on the left-hand side. So a lot of integration takes place there. That's how we develop and build up the core stage to be delivered to Kennedy Space Center. Now, how would that big piece of structure get delivered from this little town in Machute near New Orleans, that's in the Gulf of Mexico, all the way over to Florida? Let's see on our next slide. So our slide here tells us that, we see that when the slide shows us that we use a barge called the Pegasus barge. So the Pegasus kind of rolls up to the structure. They bring out the core stage on this ground support equipment. They roll it into the barge right there in the Machute on the left-hand side, and they go all the way around the Gulf of Mexico, all the way to the bottom of Florida near Miami, through the Keys, all the way back up to the east side of Florida and to Kennedy Space Center. So it's a 3-day trip that we take with this huge barge. It has living facilities on it. We have a crew on it, and they bring it right into Kennedy Space Center. So that's how we kind of operate and start to get our systems and our core stages, and we have different systems as well over the Kennedy Space Center. So that's very critical, and transportation operation that we talked about earlier about supply chain. This is one of our critical parts of transportation. Our next slide that we're going to go into talks a little bit more into the elements of how the core stage is kind of integrated and how it's developed as well. Our next part that goes on top of the core stage is the LVSA. That's an acronym, which is the launch vehicle stage adapter. That's put on top of the forward skirt. That part is built in Marshall as well in Huntsville. They use that same Pegasus vehicle to go transportation vehicle to go through the rivers and the Mississippi, to go all the way up through the Mississippi and up into northern Alabama. It picks up that LVSA and it brings it back down through Kennedy Space Center, through the Gulf of Mexico, around Florida, and back into the Kennedy Space Center. Our next part is the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So it's ICPS. Essentially, that is a small rocket on top of the core stage. And that's the part of the vehicle that we talked about earlier that I helped design. There's different propulsion systems on that. So they're still using that part. That part is developed by a company called United Space Alliance, ULA, and they're still developing 3 of those for our next 2 missions. We got 2 more to go for Artemis 1 block vehicle. So that is delivered to us by ULA and stacked as well. And then we have the Orion stage adapter with 13 payloads. See those little boxes inside? Those are 13 secondary payloads, no bigger than a shoebox. That's integrated in with the engineers doing that, and sent to Kennedy Space Center, and then put on top of the ICPS. So we're going to talk a little bit now about the boosters. Ms. Fullwood went into it on our next slide, but not the boosters, of the Orion. And this is the critical part to get us back to space, because this is the part where the astronauts sits into. So we have the Orion capsule And the Orion capsule is a integrated portion of a crew module, which we call the CM, and then we have the service module, which is like the propulsion stage to help it get into space. It has its own little rocket onto it as well. So you see here the first picture down to the left-hand side is the Orion capsule itself, and being integrated. It is built somewhat in Michoud and assembled at Kennedy Space Center. So it's been assembled here on the left-hand side at Kennedy Space Center, and then you see the heat shield. That's the black part. We're going to talk a little bit the TPS about that later on. And the TPS is the shielding that goes on the outside to help it get into the atmosphere, and they add that on to it. And the heat shield at the bottom part of the Orion that they're putting on too. That is the second picture. The service module is built by our international partners, ESA, the European Space Agency. They build that and ship it over to us from overseas. So we do have an international partner for the Orion. All of that is integrated at Kennedy Space Center. And along with that, you have the service module, you have the service module, the crew module, and then we have the LAS that sits on top of it. The LAS is like a launch abort system. If you ever seen the movie Superman one time, and the latest Superman movie where the rocket blew up one time and he caught the service module. And what this does is a launch abort system. If anything ever happened to the rocket, either on the ground and a mishap happened, that service module would pull off the Orion and put it into the ocean and separate it so the astronauts can be safe. Even during launch, if something happens, if it's going up the hill, we call it going uphill into ascent from the ground into space, that part of the vehicle will pull off the capsule and take it somewhere safely, and the astronauts will come out of the module and go into the water as well. So that helps out there. And then you have the ogives that goes around it. Those are those little round pieces you see with the door on it that they're putting up at the top. And all of that together is integrated into a little short stack and transported to the VAB building and put on top of the vehicle. That's a lot of work, but that's a lot of different teams we have to talk to, a lot of different companies we have to talk to, international people, the secondary payloads. We have our Japanese partners as well, different colleges, different students, and universities that we have to coordinate with and talk to get this vehicle integrated and put together. Let me see. And then our next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about the boosters, a little bit out of order, but Ms. Ford went into how the boosters are integrated. And here on these pictures, we should just see the boosters are designed and built by Northrop Grumman. They're built in Utah, and they're shipped and transported by train. So believe it or not, the vehicle is really designed in how you can transport it, because you can't design it too big to be transported. So if you're using a train to transport the boosters, they only have to be big enough to put on the train to fit, if they're too big to go under bridges and things of that nature. So your design constraints are based on your transportation and based on your facilities, unfortunately. So you'll see the building the building of the VAB where you integrate the vehicle at, you only got like 500 feet. So the rocket can't be too tall or it can't get out the vehicle, out of the VAB, right? It can't be too wide or it can't get out of the VAB, because we're not changing our facilities based on that. So your just constraint, or your vehicle is based on where you're manufacturing it, how it's transported, and where it's integrated in as well. So we see our boosters here. Our aft stage is the step number one. That is the facility. That is the pictures you see here on the right-hand side, the lower one and the top one, and then the integration of our boosters left and right. The boosters were also used on the shuttle program as well. And we decided to change the concept to remove the shuttle from the side to put the people back on top of the vehicle where it's safer at. So that was one of the major changes that lessons learned that we learned from the shuttle program, moving into the Artemis program as well. And our boosters are a little different. They're a little taller. You have 5 segments instead of 4. So now we're going to talk to Jason. Jason's going to show us a little bit more on how the vehicle is really integrated and tested in the VAB and at Kennedy Space Center.
Next slide. All right, are we awake? Come on, I see some heads nodding. Come on, let's get with it. All right, so Fernando's gonna help me out with this video. This is gonna be a time lapse. Hopefully we can pause it at some point. I think you can go full screen on this one, Fernando. Yeah. Let's try it first and then see. Oh, we look. There we go. All right, so this is a very cool time lapse. Let's see if we can pause right here. All right, so this shows one of the major integration efforts that occurs at KSC in the vehicle assembly building. I'm sure you've heard a couple times now that the VAB, it's one of the largest buildings in the world by volume. It's like 525 feet tall. Right here, you can see we're going through our solid rocket booster stacking process. This is where we make the aft assembly to the vehicle support posts on Mobile Launcher 1, followed by the SRB rocket motor segments that Simeon mentioned before. There are like 5 segments. We mount those, followed by the forward assembly and the nose cone you can see in the image. All right, let's progress forward if we can. All right, let's pause right there. All right, you nailed it. Good job. So you can see there's several platforms in the VAB. There are around 10 platforms that essentially wrap around the vehicle. It gives us access to various volumes of the vehicle so we can perform some of the work that we have to perform. So you can see on one of the platforms at the very top, you can see some of our EGS personnel, technicians and engineers supporting this major move operation. Hit play. So right now you're going to see the core stage. Let's hit pause. It's jumping, it's moving very fast, but the core stage, it was lifted up and over into high bay 3. It was mated to the left and right hand boosters via attach points, at which point we lowered the LVSA, which is launch vehicle stage adapter, followed by what you see on the screen here, the ICPS. This is the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Let's hit play. Followed by the Orion stage adapter. Hit pause right here, Fernando. There you go. You can see some more of our personnel. We've actually got some handling and access work platforms that we erect around the area that we're working in. Hit play again. And then let's pause there. So some more good views of the work platforms. And this is where we're actually lowering the ESA service module, crew module, and the launch abort system, final integrated assembly on top of the stack. Hit pause again. And like right behind the NASA symbol there, you can see the crew access arm, and that's where the astronauts would actually walk from the mobile launcher and get into the capsule. Let's hit play. I think that should wrap it up for this video. And that's a view of the final integrated stack in high bay 3 of the VAB. And that's kind of looking from high bay 4 across the aisle. So very cool. So yeah, that's what we refer to as a major move operation. It is a hazardous operation. So lots of people, lots of parts, lots of paper to get us to that point. So, all right, so how does the Artemis 1 rocket come together? You saw a bunch of that in the time lapse. Starting from the left, and we're just gonna go clockwise to the end. We start with booster stacking. As I mentioned before, that's where we start to stack the SRBs. We lower the aft assembly onto the support posts, followed by the segments, and then the forward assembly. And then Ken mentioned this, that second image, you can see the Pegasus barge arriving at the turn basin in the VAB area. That's where we offload the LVSA and the core stage. We drive the core stage over to the low bay of the VAB and into the transfer aisle. And that's where we're going to actually rotate the core stage in that third image to the vertical position and use one of 5 VAB overhead bridge cranes. They have a 325-ton lift capacity to lift the core stage up and over and into the high bay, where we attach the core stage to the left and right hand SRBs via the attach points. And then we made LBSA, followed by ICPS, as I mentioned before. And then we go into a whole bunch of integrated testing once we get to that point. At that point, we'd have had the Orion mass simulator on top of the rocket. After we get through, get done with all of our testing, Then we would make the Orion stage adapter, and then finally we would make that final assembly of the SMCM and the launch abort system. And then, we have the final stack fully integrated in the BAB. So summarize, that's all of the activities that took place to get the launch vehicle assembled in the BAB. It took roughly a year for this float. And as I mentioned before, lots of people, lots of parts, lots of paper. So lots of opportunities out there to work in some capacity in some of these operations. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so I think Can Crean High School, you guys came together and built that prototype. So after you all built it, what would be your next phase? Pop quiz. Anyone? What do you do right after you build something? Perfect. All right. So that's great. So we test, and then guess what? We test some more. In terms of the overall test phase for this effort, we have one very simple terminology that we like to go by. We test like we fly, and we fly like we test to the best extent possible. And we've got a lot of very smart people across various centers, across various facilities that help to perform all of these integrated tests and activities. So this slide is just showing 7 of the major integrated tests and simulations that we perform in support of Artemis 1. So again, I'll go from the left to the right. The IVT, which is our interface verification test, this validates a whole bunch of interfaces going up the stack. It could be SLS internal interfaces, SLS to EGS, SLS to the integrated spacecraft and payload element, SLS all the way up to the top to Orion, and then Orion to EGS. So think about an interface in the simplest terms. You got a plug and a socket. You draw a dotted line between the plug and the socket. That's your interface. That's what you're testing. Make sure you got the right amount of power going to whatever your device is. So that's what we test. So you can see that guy that's in the shot on the left there. He's in front of one of our firing room console displays. What he's doing is powering up the entire stack, the integrated stack, and he's monitoring for health and status indications on his display for all of those interfaces. Very involved process, lots of time that goes into that, but it's very important as our starting point to perform that test. And we actually perform a couple of these tests throughout the flow. We do one before and after the next test, which is the umbilical release and retract test. This is personally one of my favorite tests. This is where we verify that we have nominal umbilical release and retract. What an umbilical is, it's basically a interface point. It's like an arm that sticks out and attaches to the vehicle, and we provide data, power, communications, environmental control, purge, other commodities to the vehicle. So we want to make sure we have nominal release and retract, which is when we separate, nominal vehicle clearances, and we want to make sure we have good timing for URT. We also want to verify that we have nominal release loads as well during that retract process. We also demonstrate the launch release subsystem software and any other associated software for response and overall performance. That's important, so we make sure we have good release timing when we let go of the vehicle, and good mate and demate status indications that we can also see on the display. And then when we get to the next slide, you'll see a good time lapse of that URT test. The next one is a communication end-to-end test. This is where we give the team the opportunity to communicate with a bunch of our partners. So for this one, we want to make sure the team has the opportunity to test the Orion, the SLS, and the EGS communication and data transfer capability between the Launch Control Center and various centers like Houston Mission Control Center, Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Goddard in Maryland, other support facilities like the Eastern Range, and even up to a satellite called TDRS, which is a tracking and data relay satellite system. It's all part of a network we refer to as the ICANN. It's an integrated communications and network. So this is of vast importance because, as I mentioned before, we've got a lot of people that are working on this program, not only at Kennedy Space Center, but all across the US and across the world, actually. We've got ESA representatives as well supporting this launch. So very important test. Next one, a little bit simpler to explain, program specific engineering test. This is a test that's kind of requested outside of EGS from another program like SLS or Orion. A good example of one of these tests, it's on, on the flight, it's more flight vehicle specific, but like our CAPU spin start set test, which is the core auxiliary power unit helium spin start test, where we use a piece of EGSE, ground support equipment, which is a helium spin start panel, to verify that we've got good RS-25 turbine function. So that's a set of tests that can be performed at the VAB at the pad. It depends on what the requirement is and where it's coming from. The next test that we have there is the countdown sequence test. This checks out the ground launch software and the ground launch sequencer. The GLS, what it's responsible for is checking the overall health and status of the entire vehicle at predefined points in launch countdown. So that's a very important test as well. That's one we can actually perform in the vehicle assembly building. We don't need to be out at the pad for that one. And then launch sims. This one is good as well. This gives our launch director, Charlie, and the sim team the opportunity to throw simulated events at the team in a firing room, just to gauge or to give us good firing room team experience and to gauge our response to off-nominal events. So for launch sims, you can kind of think of this as like a video game, big video game. We're all playing a video game in the firing room, pretending that we're launching, but it gives us good practice. It's definitely a very important set of tests for us. And then the final one, in my opinion, is the most important one. This is wet dress rehearsal. This is an actual tanking, detanking test. So while the vehicle is out at the pad, we perform this test to validate the ground system, LH2, LO2 cryogenic supply system, as well as dry running the flight vehicle, the flight fill and contingency drain operations for the core stage and the upper stage. I think that's all I have for this slide. So in summary, it's just, we test. We've got to, it's in our best interest to test as much as we possible, as effective as we can, and verify that we can safely launch a rocket and, go as smooth as possible when we actually get to launch countdown, which should be actually the next slide is going to be URT. So this is what I mentioned before. This is the umbilical release and retract test. You can hit play. I'll go through this pretty quick. So that just shows the TSMU retraction into the LH2 and LO2 TSMUs. That's the core stage intertank umbilical retraction. Sorry for the quality of the video. That's core stage forward skirt, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical retract. It's a nice overview of all the launch umbilicals releasing. And this last one is the OSMU, the RN service module umbilical retraction from the mass simulator. So very cool test in the VAB. And it gives us a lot of good data and indication before we get out to the pad. All right, so let's jump to the next one. All right, so what did we do now that we're done with building the rocket and all the testing? We can go straight into launch countdown. This is a 48-hour event. Ensure it's a popular belief. Launch countdown isn't just 10 minutes. It is 48 hours. Again, a lot of key personnel, a lot of smart people across multiple locations and centers that support this. So at L-2 days, there's a declaration made that the flight and the ground elements can proceed with actual launch countdown. And at that point, key personnel are called to stations. And we begin our power-up activities for the core stage, ICPS, and Orion. We then configure various systems for launch. This can include the ignition overpressure and sound suppression water tank. Will begin fill operations. So if you look at that banner over there to the far left, you see that big water tank. That's what we use for IOPSS. So we'll start that process. And we'd start initial preps for cryo loading. At L-24 hours, the pad would be going through a majority of its configurations for launch. So one of these could be the air to GN2 transfer. This is where we begin the process of providing purge to the mobile launch platform and to the various electrical rooms going up the tower and to the various cavities on the vehicle for inerting purposes. We also get into our final LO2 preps for load. And for Artemis 1, we would have started to retract the crew access arm that I showed you before, where the astronauts would actually go into the capsule. So Artemis 1, it was just a test flight, no one on board. So we were just testing out all of these systems. And fast forwarding to T-minus 10 minutes, that time frame. Let's see here. So at that point, all of our voice, actually, let me step back here. I think at T-minus, around the T-minus 9 hour mark, T-minus 6 hours and 40 minutes, the mission management team, they would give us a tanking decision. And that's when they tell us that we're go to begin cryo load operations. So I supported console duties up to that point, up to the tanking decision point. And then the rest of the team came in, relieved me of my shift, and took over from there for launch countdown. So then we can start our cryo loading operations during that time frame. And then at T-minus 10 minutes, that's when we get into terminal count. So all voice traffic switches over to one channel. So previously, before that, we'd have multiple channels going at the same time, supporting a whole bunch of different anomaly resolution events or processing activities or operations. But once we get to terminal count, everything switches over to one channel. Our launch director would give us a final go, no-go poll, where we pull all of the various stakeholders, make sure we're ready to proceed. And then we proceed with count, as provided there are no extraneous issues going on or any anomalies that we haven't cleared at that point. So we're going to push to T0. At around T-minus 12 seconds, the hydrogen burn-off igniters will light in the flame hole. Then the ground launch sequencer that I mentioned before, it sends a signal to the RS-25s at T-minus 10 to begin their process for engine start. We have startup at around T-minus 6. Then boosters ignite at T0. Boosters are on the left and the right, the white portions of the rocket. Those boosters would send a signal to the launch release subsystem. So you remember that test that I showed you, the URT. It sent a signal to the launch release subsystem, and the LRS system will receive that signal and then send its own set of signals to all of those arms going down the tower, and it will release. At that point, the umbilicals will release their grip on the rocket, and we have liftoff. So from there, EGS, Exploration Ground Systems, would have been done with a majority of our efforts, which would be to build or assemble the rocket to launch. And then after liftoff, we go into recovery efforts. You can go to the next one. And this is where we recover the capsule. I'll probably let this one play out for the most part, but we do have a special team that goes out to San Diego, and we do go and we recover the spacecraft once it comes back from its mission. So there's a special Navy ship called the USS Portland. We use that ship to pull the spacecraft into the well deck of the ship, and that's where it's going to eventually begin its journey back to the Kennedy Space Center, where we'd proceed to carry that to the multi-payload and processing facility for deservicing. So you can see in this image here, this is where we're pulling the capsule into the well deck of the ship. And you've got the PJs there, the pararescue jumpers that helped with getting everything attached. And then we've got some of our crew there helping to stabilize the capsule before it gets pulled into the well deck of the ship. I think I'll just let this play, and I think that's all I've got for you today. Hope you enjoy that.
All right. So that's a lot of work, isn't it? I mean, you get tired just watching it. So just imagine how we feel from working on it from design, PowerPoint, building it, assembling it, testing it, integrating it, launching it, recovering it. So that's a lot of work. And it's not just engineers, but it's a whole gamut of teams all around the world that NASA is using for the Artemis 1 program. So no, that's a lot to take in. So I know you have a lot of questions, I'm sure you do, about the Artemis program, the SLS rocket, and the ground systems that we use to achieve our goals there. So any questions from anybody online? You can type in your questions in your chat box and send it to us, and we'll make sure we get back with you. Or even right here in the audience, any questions that I think we can answer, and if we can't, we will find the answer. Okay, the first one. On the Docker part, Doppler partnership. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's very recent. So, but we did have another partner here with us. So I think is it NASA dot. I want to make sure I give you the right website. Lester's going to help us with that.
Right, so that is a very recent, I think within the last week, that NASA announced the partnership with DARPA. So we were actually traveling here when that was announced. So we do not have any information on that. But
Okay.
I see that you're up on your news and what NASA's doing, so that's pretty good. Keep us on our toes.
And I do know there's another one about the nuclear engines that we will be using. I don't know if that's a part of that special program, nuclear engines in space. So to get us beyond the moon, the lunar surface, and to Mars as well. So good question. Keep up the good ask questions as well. So any more questions from anybody? Young lady in the back, please. Okay. Any advice on getting to work at NASA? And your last part of the question was, Christina, can you help me with that? Oh, the amount of work that the person will be taking on. So I think we have an internship, how to get into NASA. That's one thing. And I got to look at. Okay, so let's speak into the internship part. And Christina's going to tell you a little bit about the work. So from the internship part about the UVI, she's going to answer that part of your question.
Good morning, everyone. So UVI has several internship programs through the university. The coveted internship is Dr. Morris's NASA internship. So you come in the ninth grade, as a freshman when you apply. You have to apply directly to physics. We have taken bio and chem students, but it's like chemical engineering, things of that nature. It's really focused around engineering and applied mathematics. The students are given an application. It is a competitive process. It is a 3.0 GPA or above. Those internships are allocated to either the physics program or the pre-engineering program. So you really should be affiliated with one of those. Normally it's 8 or 10 weeks at Goddard, Kennedy. We've had a student at Johnson. So they travel all over. They stay in a hotel. They take public transportation in DC. They stay at a really nice hotel with a laundry system. They are given a stipend for the 10 weeks that they're there, and they work at NASA Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And so they are given responsibilities under a mentor. So if you were to go to Kennedy, for example, we could align you, given she had the time and ability with her supervisor to allow for it, and you would be allocated directly to her. So then you would work under her at NASA for that 10-week period. When you come back, you would be required to stay in the program and continue on in that pathway. The second year, you would not be eligible to go back on the 10-week internship program, but this is where it gets interesting. Anybody hear of a small company called SpaceX or a small company called JPL in California? The second, third, and fourth year students are offered, based on availability, jobs with those companies while they are at UVI. So as Fernando explained, if you want to get a jump on all that, apply for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor Summer Employment Work Experience Program. That way you can come into the university, volunteer on one of our projects. You get to work with a researcher at the university, so you practice working for Ms. Fullwood or Jason or Mr. Fullwood or Dr. Morales in social media or production. And then you're eligible to work that pathway through. So it's all about the pathway, right? So you want to be in the best position possible, keep your GPA up in high school, make sure that you have some work experience, and any work experience is good work experience. But let's be honest, you can work retail or you can make the same amount of money and work at UVI and do hands-on research like Fernando did. And I'm gonna give the mic to Ms. Fullwood and to Jason and Mr. Fullwood so they can talk about what interns do physically in the NASA pipeline. But again, it's an application, it's a 3.0 GPA, it requires a letter of recommendation. If you volunteer with Dr. Latesky as the chair of chemistry with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor program, he's waving in the back, or environmental monitoring, we can put you in that pipeline. And that's exactly how Nando got his job. So remember, where you start and where you end up are two totally different things. And just because you're an intern, when you answer the phone, they don't know if they're talking to a scientist, a PhD, or if they're talking to a student. So where you start and where you end is up to you. And it goes back to her conversation. Teamwork, respect, dedication, grades, perseverance, all of those things have an impact on your pathway.
Thank you, Christina. We really appreciate that. And the second half of your question is really how much work, is an intern really going to do? You want to answer that, Ms. Fullwood?
Yeah, I had an intern last year from St. Thomas physics was her major. She said I had a list of candidates, so I chose her because she had a least experience. She had a subway was her only employment. I said I chose you because you showed ambition by itself by pursuing a physics degree. So that qualifies you automatically. So the rest of the students had all this other internships and all these other experience that they got exposure to, but it didn't matter. When she came in, she did notes for the meeting, simple things to give. Just take notes because you're not expected to know anything really. This is a whole new environment. You're expected to know zero when you come in. You just expected to have the eagerness to learn, listen, and to be able to take in whatever information you're given. And everything is based on that. Everyone gives you information as you continue, you apply it, then they give you more information, then they give you more information. What you do with it is up to you. You can, it's like you have a blank canvas to work in. And they just give you a project and they tell you, go as far as you can go. And that's what you do. So as far as managing whatever work you receive, just do the best you can. No one is expecting you to accomplish a whole big deal for internship. Just do the best you can.
Thank you, Ms. Fullwood. A question online was, how do we manage our stress levels at work to accomplish our goals at NASA? So I'm gonna let Jason answer that one.
All right, how do we manage our stress levels? Well, I can speak to like what my supervisor always is an advocate for. It's work-life balance. So he believes in that a lot. For me personally, to manage stress, I like to do as much extracurricular type activities as I can. So I like to play soccer, even if it's with coworkers or anyone else. I just like to kind of stay in some type of shape as best as I can because we do work long hours. We can work either first, second, or third shift depending on what operation we're supporting. So it's kind of hard to keep up with that. As I said, the hours are long, but if you can do your best to manage your stress and enjoy what you do, work doesn't have to be stressful. If you take on a task and you really enjoy that task, it's not stress. It's just it's just having fun. So working out at the Space Center, being able to, drive through those gates, see all that hardware, walk up and down the tower, 345 feet, look at the views, look at all the hardware, look at the vehicle, that kind of melts that stress away. I mean, yeah, you do a lot of paperwork, you go to a whole bunch of meetings stacked on top of meetings, but, if you enjoy what you do and you have that work-life balance, then it doesn't really matter. So my advice would be to kind of focus on your academics now, push through that as best you can, because it will kind of set you up for the future where you can kind of enjoy what you do once you get there. Just, live a nice, happy life. So work-life balance, just, focus on that.
All right, thank you, Jason.
Yep.
So any additional questions here inside? All right. One more? No more? I know you got a lot, so we're gonna wait. Then we're gonna answer those questions. Like get some additional questions later on. But for now, let's turn our attention to our astronaut that has a message for you in particular, right here, our UVI students and everybody else online as well.
Hello, I'm NASA astronaut Victor Glover, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center. I want to thank Dr. David Hall and the University of Virgin Islands faculty, staff, and students for inviting me to share a few words and for working with my NASA colleagues to plan and organize this week-long event returning to the U.S. Virgin Islands for those in person and for those that we're connecting with virtually. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and the next man to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. Artemis 1, the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems, which include the Orion spacecraft, the Space Launch System rocket, and the exploration ground systems there at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, launched on November 16th of last year and traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, the Orion capsule successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. It is now back at the Kennedy Space Center, where it's being tested and studied. It's getting ready for the next mission, Artemis 2, which will take our astronauts to the moon and back, and it will be here before we know it. Growing up, I was inspired by a space shuttle launch to dream of one day leaving the Earth. What a thought. And prior to joining NASA, I had the honor of serving as a U.S. naval officer and aviator, where I committed to a life of learning and servant leadership, and also fed my passion for aerospace, test and evaluation, and exploration. And now, as a NASA astronaut, my hopes are to inspire the next generation of leaders and explorers, to educate and advocate for human space exploration, and to elevate and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to a peaceful and civil society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I challenge you to put yourself in our space shoes. Pretend that you're a NASA astronaut aboard the space station right now. Trust me, it helps. Before signing off, I want to give a shout out to the teachers, faculty, students, and staff, and all those nationally and internationally who are joining us from as far away as Hawaii, Tennessee, the Caribbean, South Africa, India, and Scotland. Thank you all for inspiring the future. And finally, to the student presenters from Cancreen Junior High School, All Saints School, Gift Hall, and Brentwood High School, thank you for sharing your vision and science with us. You brighten our future.
Thank you. That concludes our morning activity. If you
along with establishing deep space logistics supply chains, as well as immerse in lunar environment and to prepare for Mars. So now what will change for the SLS vehicle? Artemis 2, Block 1. So as we see, this is a configuration for the Artemis Block 1. So next, it will be a crew mission. So that mission will have a trajectory of around the moon and back home. Okay, so the next slide will show the SLS Block 1B. And as we see, the third one is the SLS Block 1B crew. So those are the different configurations that we have for the missions. Now, what would be the difference between the SLS Block 1 and the Block 1B upper stage? We're going to see in the next slide. Can anyone see the difference between the SLS Block 1 and Block 1B upper stage? Say loud. Yes, producing more trust, absolutely. And we have for the ICPS, right now is 16.7 feet in diameter and 45 feet tall. And what about the EUS? That's what we're going to use for the Block 1B configuration for crew. And it's going to be 27.6 feet wide in diameter and 54.5. And this mainly is to cover, be able to get heavier payloads up into space. And we see in the capture right there, the difference between 59,000 pounds, which is 27 tons to the moon in comparison to the Block 1B crew with EUS. And the RL-10 has the 4 engines there for the EUS, whereas the previous one that we're using right now is the RL-10 for just one with the ICPS. So that's our goal objective for the future, to get more payloads up into space, a bigger vehicle. As I say, bigger is better. So next we're going to turn over to Kendrick, and he's going to discuss a little bit more.
Okay, so next item, please. Yeah, go back. Back. Jason? Okay, so we're gonna.
All right, so where do we go next? From a EGS standpoint, we're getting prepped for Artemis 2. It's going to be our crewed launch. I've got a time lapse here, another one. I might ask Fernando to speed this one up a little bit. We're actually in the process of finishing up construction and testing on a new liquid hydrogen storage tank. It's going to give us around 50% less boil off, and it's around 50% larger than the previous LH2 storage tank. Combined, both storage tanks are going to give us around 2.1 million gallons of combined usable capacity. The new one is around 1.25 million gallons usable capacity. So yeah, a lot of work, a very cool construction. I think that's pretty much it. I think you did a good job, Fernando. We can jump to the next slide. So that's one of our major construction efforts that's going on for Artemis 2 and for ML2 Block 1B in the future. This is really cool. We're in the process of modifying the mobile launcher to install and test an emergency egress system. So this is a system that we'd use if we had an off-nominal event out at the pad where we had to get our crew or astronauts and or ground personnel safely off the mobile launch platform, again, if we had an issue out at the pad. So that image you see on the right, that is what we call a slide wire basket. On the way over here, to our resort, I noticed that you guys had a zip line opportunity. So this is pretty much just like a zip line. There are 4 baskets. I think they're capable of storing, like, having 5 people get inside the basket. So if there's an issue, they can jump in the baskets and slide down to our safe haven, which is known as the terminus. And from there, they'd get in a vehicle called the MRAP. I think it's called a mine-resistant ambush protected vehicle. It's basically like a tank. They'd get in there, and then they would be jettisoned off to a safe haven, away from any dangerous area, and outside of a blast danger area. So that's what we're working on for Artemis 2. That's one of our big projects, emergency egress. Let's go to the next one. And then mobile launcher mods. We are actually modifying some of our Rainbirds. These are basically oversized water sprinkler systems. It's part of our one of our systems called the ignition overpressure and sound suppression system. What it does is it actually floods the zero deck of the mobile launcher with water, and it protects the ground hardware and the flight vehicle from an ignition overpressure event. So lots of water comes out of the Rainbirds. We had to redesign the Rainbirds to direct flow a little bit better because there were some issues with interference with some cameras that we have in that area. And we're also installing a hydrogen burn-off igniter dam to help redirect some of that water as well. So a little bit, straightforward structural modifications that we're doing to the mobile launcher. Next up, we have mobile launcher 2. So you guys saw mobile launcher 1. We're now in the process of building a brand new mobile launcher 2. And this is going to support Block 1B. It weighs around 11.3 million pounds, 355 feet tall. And just like mobile launcher 1, it's got umbilical arms. We're going to be adding a new one called the exploration upper stage umbilical to replace the ICPS umbilical. And it provides pretty much the same functions, provides power data, command and control, fuel, purge, and then sound suppression will be at the base. And as I mentioned before, we're building this new one because it needs to support a much larger and more powerful rocket that Ken and Simeon were just talking about. So that's a big project. It's in work right now. We have a contractor that's working all of that, and hopefully we can get it done pretty soon so we can get our next configuration of vehicle out at Kennedy, and we can move forward with the next phase. I'm gonna hand over, is this your section here, Human Lander? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, so what's really next for then exploration? What are we going to do? Why are we building a heavier vehicle, a bigger vehicle? Why are we getting all these ground systems updated? And that's because we want to go to the moon, this time to stay, to experiment, not just to visit, but to learn this time. So why do you think we want to learn from living on the moon? Who can answer that question? Anybody? So why do you think we want to go to the moon and stay and learn from staying on the moon for a period of time? What is the advantage of understanding how we live on the moon? Because what is really the bigger goal? To go where? Young man right here in the back. To go to other planets, correct. So the moon is like a lunar surface where we can learn it's close by, right? It's close by home. So we can go there and do a base learning projects. How do we, farm? How do we grow vegetables? How do we get things up to space? So how do we do that? How do we get to the lunar surface? So we sent out a call a couple of years ago, NASA did, to different companies like RFIs, requests for information, and we picked 3 different teams. So that was 3 different teams to come back and say, how can you help us to build a vehicle, or how could you build a vehicle, land it on the moon, the astronauts, and take different subsystems like things like to stay on, habitat systems and things of that nature, lunar little rovers in which we will be driving on the moon. So you think about all of that logistically, how do you get all those things up to the moon? So SpaceX came back. I'm sure you're familiar with SpaceX right now because SpaceX is helping NASA now to get to the International Space Station with their rocket, which is the Falcon 9. You guys seen those? It's pretty cool how they come back down and land. Have you seen them come back down and land on on the ground or either on a little, I think it's barge, remote barge that they have out in the ocean. So SpaceX is going to help us build the HLS, which is our human landing system, and they're going to be using the B4, which is this booster, and the S20, which is the Starship, and that's what you see here stacked on the right-hand picture. And that prototype, that's really the prototype picture, but that is the real Starship that they've been testing and integrating and launching in Texas over the last year or so. So they're very close. It's been up. It has went into orbit and came back down twice and landed on its own. Currently, right now, they are constructing the tower at Kennedy Space Center to help launch that. So you will have, that's why we call it the Artemis program. You're going to have several different vehicles to help us get to space, to get to our systems that we're going to have in space. We're going to talk about that in a minute, and then help us get to the lunar surface. So SpaceX was awarded that. They did Demo A, and now they're doing Demo A lunar, I think, crewed. It'll be a crewed and uncrewed mission. They haven't did the demo flights yet, but they're doing the testing flights now. So let's go to our next slide. So in order for us to get to the moon, we have a space station going around the orbit of the planet, right? So why not help build another space station like waypoint? We call it a waypoint or a gateway, right? Gateway, think about it. Gateway, not just to the lunar surface, but a gateway into other planets and beyond. So with this gateway system, very similar to the International Space Station, we're going to be utilizing different companies and different countries as well. It's going to help us bring this gateway together. And in the gateway, you can see we're going to use, we have a propulsion system and other kind of systems that we're going to go through in a minute. But this is going to help the Artemis program get to one point where the Orion would be. They go into the gateway station, and then from the gateway, they will get into a human landing system, transfer over, and from the human landing system, it goes to land on the moon. It comes back up with the people, goes back to the gateway, and they get back into the Orion, and they would come home. So this is a pretty cool system. That's why it's called a gateway. It will be a gateway for humans to get from the Earth down to the lunar surface. So that is the Artemis Gateway. So let's move a little bit to talk about a little bit more about the components and who's going to be helping us. So we have JAXA. JAXA is our Japanese exploration space organization as well, but their government, and the European Space Agency too as well. The ESA, they're going to be helping us as well build this gateway. So you see, we have our Orion system, and we have an emergency evacuation crew airlock as well. We'll have some logistics airlocks where we keep and store things at, human living stations where we have to stay at. So it's like a kind of small space station, not as large as a space station. You're going to have your arrays. So you have different companies and more companies is joining on as well to help us build this gateway system. So this is really exciting. So this is going to happen within the next couple of years. This is not going to happen like in 2030. We're talking about in the next 2 years, we're going to start putting payloads up in order to build a gateway and get ourselves to the lunar surface. So it's 2023 now, right? We have Artemis 2 coming up at the end of 2024, 2025. Some of you are in 10th grade, you'll just be in the 12th grade. Some of you will be starting college. Just think about it, you're starting college and you can be on this program helping astronauts or becoming an astronaut yourself, helping NASA in some kind of form or fashion to get astronauts from the Earth to Gateway and then to the surface of the moon as well. Now, along with these other elements that we do have, we have a couple more pictures. So our next slide kind of shows what are some of the elements we're going to use on the moon. So we talked about a rover, right? You probably saw these in movies, right? And you saw it in the Gungan style, the Johnson style video we just showed. So that was a prototype, that they're designing now that will actually go to the moon, and we will use that to mobilize ourselves to get from one station, one part of the moon to the next part of the moon. And you see these prototypes being built, so they actually will be launching in space. So that's why we need a heavy vehicle, because we're sending heavier and heavier payloads up along with the Orion system, or sometime without crew. It's called an uncrewed. So these big heavy systems will take up different parts of the gateway. These habitable launch vehicles or vehicles here. You see the launch, a prototype of the launch system on the side, launch human landing system on the side, with another rover, that they drove. So they did this in the 1960s. You guys, have you seen pictures of that? The men on the moon. So we're going back this time. We're going to establish ourselves to live on there for a period of time. Right now, our astronaut stays in the International Space Station. I think the longest is up to a year. I don't know, somebody can correct me so far. And it's 1 year. Just think about, 2 years. Anybody know how long it takes to get to Mars? 5 years. I think it's a little under that. I think it's about 2 years. 2 years. All right. I just wanted to be corrected. 2 years to get to Mars. So that's a long time. So, but estimated 2 years. So that's estimate. So just think about, it's a very long time to get to Mars in humans. So we're learning more and more about our bodies in space, growing our food in space. So that's why we want to do all these experiments on the lunar surface, learn how to live on the moon, learn how to build things on the moon, probably get some materials out as well, mining things on the moon, and learning how to live in an environment like that. So here's our Artemis phase on how we get from the lunar surface, as you can see, from Earth to the gateway to the lunar surface. I kind of talked this a little bit, how we establish ourselves, sustain ourselves on the lunar surface, and how we get to Mars as well. Each one of these phases of the program, we're going to need your support in building this, vehicle, and building this gateway, and building the different parts, the doctors, we're going to need accountants, we're going to need engineers, all different aspects of education we're going to need in order to accomplish this goal that we have as a human race, and that is to explore and habitat, other planets and learn more about this solar system around us. So this is where we are, and this is where we're going, and how exciting that is. What do you say so? So we, think about it. What can you do? What can you do to help support us, NASA, into achieving this wonderful goal that we have into getting onto the surface of the moon and beyond that into Mars? So our next slide here just says, any questions? I think we can go into our questions and answers now. And is that right? So online, if you have any questions, please feel free to put them into your chat box, and we'll make sure that we try our best to answer them. So what do you guys think right here in our audience? I know you're kind of full. I know you just had a big meal, but what do you think? What questions do you have about NASA going to the lunar surface of the moon and beyond to Mars? Ben. Great question, man. After the results of Artemis 1 launch and landing, what are some of the adjustments or lessons learned? So right now, the main objective or our design criteria of meeting our requirements was for the Orion, was to get it into space. And one cool thing was to go around the moon. But really the main objective for overall was for Orion to get into space and come back down and test the heat shield to make sure that we don't burn up coming back into the atmosphere once we come back through the, from the moon. So right now they're removing the heat shield. They're going to go do a couple of analysis and do all this big, studies on it. What adjustments would we have to make in the design, to help our astronauts to feel safe and get home safely? So that's one of the things. Right now as a program, we're working with SLS vehicle, what Ms. Ford was working on, and our EGS team to say what improvements can we do, because that was our first time launching this vehicle, and it was successful. And a lot of programs, have probably never done that before. Their first time, they're successful. They went around the moon, and we came back home. So we're going to adjust some things to make it a little bit smoother in our timeline countdown and anything. I don't know anything else. Jason got some on that. Come on up, Jason.
Yeah, just real quick to add to that, like I was saying, this is the first time we've launched SLS Artemis 1, and what we need to do is take a look at what did the launch do to our launch platform, what kind of damage did we observe, what improvements can we make to the launch platform to make assess water delivery system work within specification. Those are some of the questions that we have to ask ourselves post-flight. So it's a lot of analysis, and it's a lot of cross-program analysis between EGS and the TRI program, SLS, Orion, and go through evaluating the performance, data performance, and compare.
Thank you, Jason. As well, what was in the Orion, think about it. So we had no humans in the Orion, right? But we had a dummy mock-up astronaut, that recorded all the G-forces and things of that nature on ascent and going into space, radiation, because that's important, right? You don't have that protection now of the atmosphere like we have on the Earth. So now you have a protection shield around the vehicle. So we look at radiation, we look at different performances with the vehicle and things of that nature. We also had a couple more other little things. They flew on top of a little Snoopy doll and a couple more little dolls from the European agency and other little things from the Apollo that they'll be giving out as well. But that was a good question, Ben. So once we get all of that data back, we're going through that data now as a team. A quick turnaround on ordering new parts like Jason's here for the ML. Look at the flames from the vehicle. So the flames of the vehicle engulf like half of the ML, the mobile launcher going up. Just think about how high that is. So they got to go back and replace a lot of things. What worked on the design and what didn't. So even on the vehicle side, we're not going to tweak too much on the vehicle side. Ms. Fulwick could probably speak to that. But there's some timing issues or little things like that, that we can work with to improve efficiency. Any more questions, young lady?
How do you think the journey to and return from space mentally and physically affect astronauts?
The journey, how do you think the journey to and from space mentally affect astronauts? And we're going to have the doctor here to give the answer to that.
All right. So yes. So right now, our astronauts is the most important commodity we have on board, right? So that's why the rocket has to change. Everything we do has to change moving forward because now we're dealing with the human body, and so it's in infancy. They're studying ways to improve their life inside the Orion space capsule. How can we continue to provide them a safe environment where they're going to feel that they're still connected to home. So, for example, we are increasing our studies in growing vegetables on the International Space Station so that they can grow vegetables during their journey. We are looking at, supplying them with music and TV and things that are comfortable so that it remind them of home. And so the psyche of it all, they're training psychiatrists, psychologists, not just for the astronaut, but also for their families, because their families are not going to see their loved ones for years. And if we go back, remember, it's not that it's going to take 2 years to get to Mars. It's going to take a long time for the planets to align, Mars and the Earth, to be very close for them to actually make the jump. And for that to happen again, it's going to happen again in once they get there, they cannot return right away. They have to wait a long time, I think it's 18 months for that alignment to happen again, and then they can jump off. So again, all of that needs to actually be looked at, reviewed, tested, and all of that. And the International Space Station right now is serving as a location where we're testing all of it, all of that. And so the astronauts actually get a little box, a shoebox. Remember, imagine a shoebox. Every astronaut that goes on station takes a shoebox, and you can put in that shoebox whatever you want that will remind you of home. And that shoebox is packed and set as part of the cargo. And so astronauts take pictures. Some of them take chocolate. Okay, because you only allowed to have chocolate at certain times during your stay up there, not every day. But some astronauts still sneak in their favorite snack, pictures, their favorite toy, their favorite CD or music or iPod, whatever it is that it's going to make them feel at home. So that's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate that. All right, so that's good. Any more questions? I think you. Yes, sir. Yeah. Go ahead, please. That's a great question. So right now, space garbage. That's what Ms. Fuller said. So for core stage, and you think about the core stage is going to take the vehicle up. One thing cool about the core stage, it drops back down into the atmosphere, into the Indian Ocean, along with the boosters, and we've been doing that since the Apollo stage for the U.S. core stages and boosters. But sometimes our upper stages don't make it back down, so they become a part of the space garbage. So I think NASA has a program now, along with the other nations, where we track all of our garbage in space. Some pieces come down, you see them like falling stars. You think it's a falling star, but it's really just garbage burning up in the atmosphere. So those things do happen. I think even recently, if you think about years before you guys were born, Russia had a space station at one time, and it fell back down through, to the atmosphere, and that burned up as well. So right now, I think there's a program where we track our garbage because you got to think about when we are launching vehicles, you got to make sure what's not around when the vehicle's going up. Planes, right? The weather is good, and space garbage, and you have to make sure it's aligned properly for your destination. If you're going to the moon, or if you're going to Mars, or if you're going to the Gateway. So to answer your question, there's a program. We are tracking all of our garbage. Some falls down and burn into the atmosphere, but others stays up, as well. Any more questions? I think the young lady in the back, you had a question. Yeah, you in the back with the white shirt on. No question? Yeah, you, the one turning around. Oh, I thought you had a question. Okay. Any any additional questions, please? Yes, sir. Expectations on discoveries to expect on them, and from Gateway and on the moon. So I think there's a couple things. One thing that we are looking for is another fuel, a commodity. I think that's one thing we're looking for. You know, to mine the moon. We are as humans. Like we like to go find new things. What can help us to get to space? A little bit better beyond the moon area and to other planets as well. So I think we're looking for other materials. What can we mine? What can benefit us as humans? And if you think about it, we want to learn about how long can we live in space. Every time we launch something, there's experiments that goes on, and we come back and we implement those lessons learned into our society. So it's always something we learn. A lot of things that we have today is from a space mission. It's because we built something or we learned something that's due to going into space and coming back. Just the simplest thing like a hook and pal, the Velcro, that was because of the space industry. So we learn things like that, little things about not only materials, but also minerals from other planets too as well. Hopefully we'll be able to find that and bring something back from the moon or from Mars that can help us in our journeys. Great question. Any questions online? Hold on, we got Jason's going to answer some as well.
Yeah, I think we had a question from online. Mr. Real asks, what year will we get to the moon? I believe the plan is to get to the lunar surface in 2025. So as you all know, for Artemis 1, we technically did get back to the moon, even though we were just doing an orbit as part of that mission profile. And Artemis 2, we're going to do essentially the same thing, just with a crew. But I think 2025 is the current target to get boots on the ground. And I believe it's going to be the first female astronaut and first person of color. And I think that's the plan. But you can fact check it. Yeah. That's it. Did you have any other questions from in the audience? Go ahead. Can you repeat? Is it your question you're asking about? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a good question. It might have something to do with that. I know, yeah, our primary objective is to use the moon as our platform to get to Mars and to do experiments, because Mars, what we believe, was once habitable, like Earth is right now. So it is possible that, due to climate effects, ozone layer deterioration, rising sea levels, all of that. That's part of why we want to do some more experimentation on station out in Mars, get boots on the ground on Mars, and see if we can possibly find habitable um, planets elsewhere. So yeah, I would definitely say that is part of it. Multifaceted approach. Okay, so we've got another one from online. What is the qualifications process to pick astronauts that go to the moon? Ooh. You guys, yeah, yeah. We had a gentleman that was with us on this trip. He knows the ins and outs of the qualification process for astronauts and astronaut training. But I believe, Lester, you have some insight into that because you have some direct experience.
So right now, the qualifications, we don't know yet. We don't know what we need, because it is a fluctuating. Maybe it will be something focused on geology. Maybe it will be something focused on life science. Maybe it will be something focused on technologies that we can develop. To not to just to help us there, but to help us here on Earth also. Note that everything we do to get to Mars also helps us here on Earth. Okay, so because that technology that we're developing for Mars can be transferred to Earth use as well. So now, a couple of years ago, I did make it very far in the astronaut process, in the astronaut core, the application process. So I will tell you that there are, I want to say, probably 3 top categories of that. If you want to be an astronaut going to Mars, or if you want to be an astronaut, be part of the astronaut class or an astronaut corps, I will tell you that geology, having a degree, undergraduate, a master's, a doctorate in geology would be an advantage. I will tell you that having a medical degree is an advantage, because it's easy to already have a medically trained professional that knows all the ins and outs of that, than actually to not have a medical professional in the team. Every team that will go out, one of those team members needs to be a medical professional or a medical trained person. So it's easier when you already have a degree in that field. So I will say geology will be one huge STEM career to be very prominent in the astronaut groups that go to Mars or the moon, medical profession, and engineering, of course. So those 3 will be, if you're in those areas of career, you definitely will have a good chance of continuing on to becoming an astronaut. And so from the last corps they chose, several of them are medical doctors. So I was lucky enough to get through the first batch. Then they had me do an essay. Then they had me do a psychology test that was like 2.5 hours long, and then several essays. So I made it. I was getting other friends or other colleagues who apply, and they're like, "Oh, I got a postcard saying thank you for applying," but I'm still doing all these mental tests, like the question earlier, and I was doing all these psychological, approaches, and also writing communications, very important, because the astronauts must be able to think on their feet, like completely. And then, of course, if I would say a fourth other career that can make you, maybe take you to be one of those core astronauts that go to the moon and Mars, a pilot. Many of the astronauts are pilots that were in areas of the Air Force where you have to think very quickly, make decisions very fast, not just about you, but other human life. So I would say those four will definitely, if an astronaut right now has those four, or a candidate has those four things, they might be on their way to being selected to go to the moon and stay and move on to Mars. But, that's only, as of right now. That may change once we establish ourselves on the moon. And then we're thinking, oh, no, we need to switch our approach, because it's completely different when you're looking at from Earth versus when you're there. Okay. All right. And there was another question for my engineers. Is there a specific team that manages the funds spent on equipment and power consumption for the Artemis project? And these questions came from our viewer, Janaida. You want to? Okay.
Yeah, well, the short answer is yes. There are multiple departments at EGS that support a wide plethora of activities or areas. The budget is a very important portion. We have a project management department that is responsible for some of the construction activities that you saw on some of these slides. For example, constructing that LH2 sphere, and that's a massive budget that has to be managed, and it has to be approved, and it has to meet all of the requirements. So yeah, short answer is yes, we have a department that deals specifically with that. And then the other question was about power consumption. At KSC, we have a group that's their sole responsibility is essentially to manage all of the facilities. And this includes low voltage power across the entire center, through the underground system, through the manholes, up into each of the facilities. And they have to manage all of this, the data that goes along with the power consumption on pretty much a daily basis. We've got our own substations at KSC as well that help provide power to the various facilities. And if you can imagine, I mean, we've got several facilities, and you saw the VAB, it's huge, and the power requirements are enormous. And then you layer on top of that the special power requirements that the mobile launcher itself has, high voltage power requirements. So yeah, we do have a group that manages that as part of our spaceport integration services. So if you're into that area, there's definitely opportunities there for that as well. And I think that's it. Lester, do we have anything else from online? Nope. Anyone else in the audience? Any other questions? Okay.
We play Johnson style one more time, you can get up and dance.
Yeah.
Question.
Is time perceived differently from the astronauts in space? Yeah, getting into relativity, but no, it's. I mean, they've got their watches, and they sync up their time with.
So what time zone, Lester, do you guys stay on in space? Astronauts will stay on.
So to not confuse the entire all the entire teams that work on all of this, we use military time. So we're not going by Eastern, Central. It's military time. So right now, the astronauts on the International Space Station know that it's 13:43, right? 1:43. Yeah. So And so whenever they go further, whenever they got to do Hubble repairs and things like that, we always use military time. So it's not, so that way we continue a constant on time that is based on Earth. So.
And all of the, like in Johnson that supports it, the astronauts, and Marshall that supports the astronauts, they all have the same time clock as well. That matches the time clock of the International Space Station. So you have a team that supports the astronauts 24/7. So they're on console watching, helping them to, go through their activities, watching their vital signs, watching what they're doing. You probably saw that in the movies, right? But it's real. So you have a team on Earth, like one astronaut has a support team of about 4 or 5 people or more every other hour that will support them, doing their activities at the space station. So any more questions? All righty. Well, we're going to turn it over now to Miss Christine. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Was that just amazing? I loved all the questions. I learned so much. I don't really know that much about NASA. I learned from these events. I think I know, and then I come to the talks and I learned so much more about space and science, technology and innovation. My favorite part of learning about NASA is all the extra cool things that they do, like social media, marketing, accounting, the business components, logistics. They have a whole department for transportation and shipping. So I always learn something new. Thank you all for coming. Again, my name is Christina Chanas. I'm with the University of the Virgin Islands. I'm a research specialist. And on behalf of Dr. David Morris and Dr. David Hall of the University of the Virgin Islands, I want to thank you, Central and Complex, for coming today, our high schools in St. Croix for being here along with our teachers, as well as thank our guests, nationally and internationally, and E4USA. As we close this out, we just want to wish you well and remind you that one day, if you go to college and do the work that they did, you could see yourself at NASA in the future. So be the change. Thank you.
I'm NASA astronaut Victor Glover, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center. I want to thank Dr. David Hall and the University of Virgin Islands faculty, staff, and students for inviting me to share a few words and for working with my NASA colleagues to plan and organize this week-long event, returning to the U.S. Virgin Islands for those in person and for those that we're connecting with virtually. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and the next man to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. Artemis 1, the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems, which include the Orion spacecraft, the Space Launch System rocket, and the exploration ground systems there at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, launched on November 16th of last year and traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, the Orion capsule successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. It is now back at the Kennedy Space Center, where it's being tested and studied. It's getting ready for the next mission, which will take our astronauts to the moon and back, and it will be here before we know it. Growing up, I was inspired by a space shuttle launch to dream of one day leaving the Earth. What a thought. And prior to joining NASA, I had the honor of serving as a U.S. naval officer and aviator, where I committed to a life of learning and servant leadership, and also fed my passion for aerospace, test and evaluation, and exploration. And now, as a NASA astronaut, my hopes are to inspire the next generation of leaders and explorers, to educate and advocate for human space exploration, and to elevate and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to a peaceful and civil society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I challenge you to put yourself in our space shoes. Pretend that you're a NASA astronaut aboard the space station right now. Trust me, it helps. Before signing off, I want to give a shout out to the teachers, faculty, students, and staff, and all those nationally and internationally who are joining us from as far away as Hawaii, Tennessee, the Caribbean, South Africa, India, and Scotland. Thank you all for inspiring the future. And finally, to the student presenters from Cancreen Junior High School, All Saints School, Gift Hall, and Brentwood High School, thank you for sharing your vision in science with us. You brighten our future.